This meeting of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors will please come to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Director Ferguson,
Present.
Director Fonz,
Present.
Director Herndon,
Present.
Director Jackson,
Present.
Director O'Halloran,
Here.
Director Reza,
Here.
Director Seamson.
Present.
Director Vinoy has asked to be excused this evening, and President Zomber.
Present.
We have a quorum.
The chair will now ask the secretary to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair invites any members of the audience who wish to participate to do so and asks those who do not wish to participate, please remain silent during the pledge.
I pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We acknowledge that Milwaukee lies on traditional Menominee, Potawatomi, and Ho-Chunk homeland along the southwest shores of Lake Michigan, part of North America's largest system of freshwater lakes. On this site, the Milwaukee, Menominee, and Kinnickinnick rivers meet, and the people of Wisconsin's Menominee, Ojibwe, Ho-Chunk, Oneida, and Mohican sovereign nations remain present to this day. At Milwaukee Public Schools, we proudly serve and uplift the brilliance, resilience, and potential of the Black children in our community. We recognize the historical and systemic challenges that impact their journeys, and we are committed to creating a nurturing and empowering environment that honors their identities, celebrates their culture, and provides equitable opportunities for success. The Milwaukee Board of School Directors stands with our children, families, and community to build pathways for excellence, leadership, and lasting change. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have a short announcement regarding interpretation services for the Spanish-speaking members of our audience.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la Junta Escolar de las Escuelas Públicas de Milwaukee. Si deseas escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llame el 312-626-6799. Otra vez, 312-626-6799. Introduzca el número de reunión 608-130-5362. Nuevamente, el número de reunión es 608-130-5362. Gracias.
This meeting is being conducted in person from the Central Services Building. This meeting is also being broadcast on WYMS Radio, 88.9 FM, and via the MPS YouTube stream, the links to which may be found on the MPS website on the broadcast page. Before we move to our agenda, the chair will ask that we share in a moment of silence to commemorate the passing of the following members of the MPS community. James Peters, a district locksmith. Elaine Dranan, a retired special education program supervisor. Connie Gobert, a retired teacher from North Division High School. Antonio Howell, a 9th grade student from Milwaukee High School of the Arts. Joseph Keel, a retired teacher from Barton School. Dennis Miller, a retired teacher from Carleton School. Joseph Nemore, a retired assistant principal. Patricia Ottman, a retired teacher from Humboldt Park School. Gerald Scully, a retired building laborer. William Shimmick, a retired database specialist from the technology department. David Stacy, a retired teacher from Shoals Middle School. Brenda Ward, a retired school social services manager. Ryan Wilson, a 7th grade student from Highmount School. If we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Pursuant to Board Rule 1.09, the Board will give public hearing on the items of regular business on our agenda. Members of the audience who wish to give comments should please fill out a speaker slip and turn it in to our Board Clerk. We have no speakers registered tonight, no virtual speakers registered tonight. The Board appreciates and encourages stakeholder input and assumes that members of the public will participate in a civil manner. Conduct that prevents the good order of the meeting will not be tolerated. Anyone who engages in behavior that persistently disrupts the meeting may be removed from the meeting. Anyone ejected from the meeting may continue to listen to the meeting or access agenda items online. However, the individual will not be allowed to rejoin the meeting. No one other than members of the board, designated staff, and those who have been invited to present or participate in items of business will be allowed on stage before, during, or after meetings of the board and its committees. Finally, for our listening audience, if you wish to access this evening's agenda items and attachments online, you may do so by visiting the Meetings, Agendas, and Minutes page of the MPS website. Now let us begin. Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
Madam President, the first item is action on the minutes of the April special and the May special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
Director Jackson?
If I may, before we get into just another student of MPS family who also lost their life, Marianne Johnson of Carmen Northwest Campus.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary?
The first item is action on the minutes of the April special and the May special and regular meetings of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
If there are no corrections, the minutes will be approved by consensus. Okay. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the superintendent?
Madam President, we have two communications from the superintendent. The first is the monthly report with possible action of the superintendent of schools. This item is an informational item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Okay. Will the superintendent please present the report?
President Zombor and board members, good evening, and I hope that everyone's getting a little time to relax this summer and recharge. We're just now about a month away from the start of the 25-26 school year, and we are so very excited. But yet there's still a little bit of time left to enjoy all that Milwaukee has to offer in these wonderful festivals. I want to start and begin with the finance update. Our finance team has continued to work on closing out our FY24 with a focus on quality assurance while simultaneously establishing standard operating protocols and control environments to ensure that the FY25 audit can close out on time and with increased efficiency. I'm pleased to report that the FY24 financial data has been submitted to the Wisconsin Department of Education, also known as DPI. Yesterday, we submitted two very important documents, the FY24 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, also called the ACFR, to our external auditors. We also delivered to DPI a plan of action for our EdFi integration, which is going to head us toward connecting and having our complete system, our technology systems talk with one another. And as we look ahead to FY25, we're focused on improving processes and systems to ensure future deadlines are met and complete. I'm pleased that several departments have completed already 100% of their FY25 closeout tasks, and I wanted to give them a little celebration this evening. Insurance and risk, contracted school services, recreation, school nutrition, payroll, and research and assessment. This is a really huge endeavor, and we're just grateful that we are already working quickly and on our FY25 audit. We are developing a plan for DPI that demonstrates the improvements we're making to our financial reporting systems, and I expect to be able to present this plan to all of you in August. Part of our strategy here is adding outside contractors to the project and to project management, process documentation, and standard operating procedures and development, and the necessary control environment to ensure compliance and accuracy. As for FY26, we are continuing the process of improvement and system changes so that MPS will be in full compliance of the Wisconsin Uniform Financial Accounting Requirements, also known as WUFR, Wise Data to Finance System. I am super proud of the finance team for continuing to work diligently and our contractors who are supporting their effort. Well, it's been a really busy week here at MPS. Yesterday, we wrapped up 3 full days of Professional Learning Institute with all of our principals, SPED supervisors, APs, deans, and district teams. This was a great opportunity to dive into our instructional goals for the year and learn together and really hone our academic focus. I want to thank our partners at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee for hosting us this week. I also would like to thank Jennifer Mims-Howell and the many central office departments who participated in the sessions, making it a wonderful learning experience for all of our principals. This week, I held 3 more of our citywide Listen and Learn tours. That brings us up to 4 so far, and they are just so enjoyable. I really am enjoying hearing from all of our community members, teachers, and staff members. There are more opportunities for folks to join us in August. Everyone is welcome, and you can learn more at mpsmke.com/listen learn tour, all one word. We have had a great cross-section of families, staff, and educators, and community members coming to these sessions to share their hopes and their dreams of the future for MPS. It has been a real honor to hear from so many of our community members, and that's our internal community too. As you're aware, we're working with a visual note taker to capture what we're hearing in these sessions, because it is just wonderful to have validation for our community to see their words come to life right in front of their eyes in such a beautiful way, and a really wonderful artifact for us to have for when we begin our strategic planning. We're going to take what we're learning from these sessions and find themes that are emerging, and we'll use that to help inform the board's strategic planning in the coming months, and also our budget. I look forward to the next sessions, which will be held on Monday at Milwaukee German Immersion School and on Wednesday at Jeremiah Curtin Leadership Academy. Both sessions will start promptly at 6 p.m. Another fun event is always the senior send-off. On June 27th, MPS hosted our annual senior send-off to honor the class of 2025 as they transition to college and career. The celebration at Wick Field kicked off with food and music and games and a raffle for students to win prizes. The MPS College and Career Center 2025 Senior of the Year nominees were recognized and received their certificates of recognition. Well, as you know, we've been having Summer Academy that ended today after 4 weeks of really exciting learning. 4,500 students attended summer school classes such as forensic science, band, choir, orchestra, computer programming, and so much more. At the same time, our summer food service program is in full swing. Children have been receiving free breakfasts, lunches, and dinners at select MPS sites this summer through the program, which provides nutritious meals to children during the summer when school meals are typically unavailable. Another great event is the First Nations College Access Middle School Bridging Camp, which took place this month. This camp brought students together for 7 weeks of learning, growth, and cultural exploration through the Expanding the Circle program. 15 students explored college and career readiness and hands-on cultural learning rooted in identity, tradition, and possibility. Also, the bike camp with Wisconsin Bike Federation took place this month. Our students learned the rules of the road and practiced bike safety with confidence. I was also honored to join Forward Latino and the 80% Coalition for Gun Violence Prevention to help announce the date and location for the 2025 Emergency Gun Violence Summit. The 2025 Emergency Gun Violence Summit began 3 years ago and has quickly earned the reputation as one of the most comprehensive and impactful convenings of its kind in the nation. The summit will be held on October 15th, 2025 at the Baird Center. As you know, the issue of violence impacting our students is a high priority for me and our team, and so I was glad to join the mayor and other city leaders and Forward Latino to bring this attention to this urgent issue. As you know, I'm continuing to meet with our partners and other leaders within the community and getting out and about all of Milwaukee. And this month, I met with the Greater Milwaukee Committee Education Committee to discuss some of our focus areas for the year ahead and to go through our audits, our most recent audits. I also met with the Wisconsin Policy Forum to learn more about their work and how it intersects with MPS. I was honored to meet with the Common Council President, Jose Perez, to talk about our shared mission to improve educational outcomes in Milwaukee and how we can continue to prioritize our shared resources for the betterment of our children and our families. And I was also glad to have an opportunity to meet with the Northside Coalition this week. This is a group of residents and allies working to improve the quality of life on the north side of Milwaukee. I'm very grateful for all of their insights, and I look forward to continuing to work with them more closely in the future on the improvement of the schools in their area. On July 24th, we held our Community Resource and Enrollment Fair. This community event served as a welcoming space for families to explore MPS schools and programs, enroll their children for upcoming school year and connect with the valuable resources and services that we provide. I want to thank all of our partners at Evolve Church for hosting us, and all of our Family and Community Engagement Office, and all of our principals and their teams who showed up to speak about their schools and to show off a little bit about all that we have to offer our families. Earlier this month, several members of our senior leadership and academic team attended the Public Education Leadership Institute at Harvard University, also called PELP. This program brings together superintendents and their teams from across the country to focus on strategic problems of practice, and this program is highly regarded as one of the best opportunities for teams to dive deeper into strategies that's going to help them improve academic outcomes for students and operational excellence. We are really grateful to be teamed up with Birmingham, Alabama, and San Antonio, and a lot of other really great cities who gave us such great advice and feedback on our problem of practice, and we learned a lot from our colleagues across the nation. Finally, tonight, I'm so proud that we are assembling a powerhouse team of educators who will lead us into our work over this next school year and beyond. Tonight, you will formally act on their appointments, but I wanted to underscore the amount of exceptional talent that is choosing to come work at MPS. Among them, we have Dr. Keely Roberts, who will join us as Chief of Schools. She will lead a powerhouse team of academic superintendents who bring many years of experience and a proven track record to this work, and particularly around instruction. Joining her is Dr. Elia Dumega Brueggemann, who is secondary superintendent and will be working with our high schools. Aaron Shapiro, who was formerly at Bradley Tech, who will be leading secondary schools with Dr. Brueggemann. Dr. Lori Fiorenza, who is going to be working with our elementary schools. Ebony Grice, who will also be working with our elementary schools. Dr. Jennifer Hernandez, who is also working with elementary schools. Dr. Carlita Nolan, who also is working with elementary. Dr. Kurt Schneider, who is working with elementary. Dr. Sylvia Romero Johnson, working with elementary. And Dr. Gabby Bell Jimenez, who is our academic superintendent, leading literacy with our academic team. As you know, when we were talking about the restructuring, I restructured from 4 regional superintendents down to 6 elementary superintendents and 2 secondary superintendents, and I did this strategically so that our principals would feel more supported and have fewer schools, that our academic superintendent or regional superintendents, we're now calling them academic and learning communities, would be able to have more of an academic focus. And we also created operational positions so that they take the heavy load off of the principals on operations so that the principals can be instructional leaders. And I know I have heard from many, many principals this week, and I see a couple out in the audience to support us this week. Thank you for coming. Who will testify that, having this instructional focus is so welcomed, and they are so excited to work on academics within their school and not be so bogged down with the operational aspects of the work. And we're also, I want to also reintroduce you to Tony Tagliavia, who is our Chief Communications Officer. Tony was with us before. We're really excited to have him. He's already hit the ground running. And Mary Urbina McCarthy, who has come on board to help drive the work out of my office to ensure we're opening with efficiency, intentionality, and that we're keeping all plates in the air and serving our communities. This is a great team, as you certainly can continue to expect great things from them and from me, and this concludes my report.
Thank you. Do any board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director O'Halloran?
I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for honoring last time I said, hey, can you tell us what WOOFR and all of these acronyms, which are very meaningful to the team here. And I just appreciate that you made a note of that and you helped make it more accessible for everybody, all of the listening audience. And also, I just wanted to thank North Division High School. My daughter was one of the ones that was taking band, and she just had a really great experience, and picking her up and dropping her off every day. I saw tons of kids there, and it was just really great to see all of that activity. in, really constructive ways for our young people in Milwaukee, and bringing different groups together. So just wanted to say thank you to your team for both of those little things.
Thank you. Director Jackson, did you have your hand up?
Yes, as well. Just a comment. Also, just to what Director O'Halloran said, thank you. I see you. We see you. The community sees you. You've been doing a hell of a lot, moving full steam ahead with no excuses, no taking breaks, even though I've said to you, take a time just to woos out for a second. But I appreciate all that you're doing. You did say initially what you was going to do, and you're sticking to that plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Well, thank you so much. And it's also really helpful to put faces to all of the new names. So I appreciate that so that we can say hi when we see them. Thank you.
Thank you. President Zomber?
Yep.
I also just wanted to mention that the communications that we're giving to you as well, so just really excited about being able to give those communications as well on a more regular basis. So, and then I have some of the folks in the audience, if they might be willing to stand
yeah,
up
that
so
would be
that you
lovely.
can see them.
If you're someone on the new leadership team. Thank you so much for coming to MPS and
We're
for
so
your
very
service.
excited.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, what is the next item from the superintendent?
The next
Oh.
item?
Yes,
Yes.
sorry.
The next communication is report on the April 2025 Human Resources Review by the Council of Great City Schools. This is an informational item and was not noticed for action.
Okay. Will the superintendent please present the item?
Just one moment.
We're just getting a few items
Thank
for
you,
the
Paula.
listening audience.
Got it.
Okay.
President Zombo and members of the board, Brenda Caselli is superintendent. Earlier this year, in response to the governor's operational audit, we invited the Council of Great City Schools to conduct a comprehensive review of our human resources systems, structures, and practices. Our goal was straightforward: to understand how well our current approach is meeting the needs of our staff, our schools, and ultimately, our students. We turned to the council because of their extensive experience working with large urban school districts across the country. We asked them to take an honest and objective look at where we are today, what's working, what's not, and where we need to improve. This evening, the council will share the preliminary findings from the review. It's important to note that tonight's presentation focused solely on their observations. It is not yet a response, and it does not include solutions. This is the starting point. We believe in transparency and accountability, and sharing this information with you is the first step toward meaningful change. Your engagement in this process is essential. As we begin the hard work of improvement, we will need your partnership at every step of the way. At this time, I'd like to introduce the team from the Council of Great City Schools leading this review, and with me is Dr. Ray Hart, Executive Director. Joining us virtually is Willie Burrows, Project Director. David Palmer, the Principal Investigator, is not able to be with us this evening. Tonight's presentation will highlight high-level preliminary findings and recommendations. Following this, our team will continue working closely with the council to further examine the findings, gain deeper insight into the recommendations, and understand how they align with practices in other large urban districts. Later this fall, we hope to share a full report along with our proposed action plan. Thank you. Dr. Hart?
Thank you, President Zombor, members of the Board of Directors, Superintendent Casilius. Thank you very much for having us here. It is an honor and pleasure to be here with you. Ray Hart, as she shared, my colleagues were unable to be here, but they are available to answer any of your questions. I'll share a couple of things about the report. The first of which is when we come in to do these reviews, there are things that we find that are going well. We're going to share some of that. There are also always findings as a part of our reviews. One of the things that we do is we conduct these reviews in the interest of continuous improvement for our districts. One of the things that we like to do is ensure that our districts are getting information to improve, and we share that with you today. We share this report with you today, or the presentation of this report in that interest as well, in that vein. So we like to look forward, saying, here are the things we found, here are the things that we'd like to move forward with. I want to share as well that we are doing this work, and I'm conducting this presentation on behalf of the individuals who came to conduct the review for Milwaukee Public Schools. The council is made up of 81 of the nation's largest urban school districts, and when we conduct this work, it is not the council's expertise, or not only the council's expertise, that we bring to bear. So the individuals that you see here are the individuals that came to conduct the work on the ground. They also conducted interviews. We, as you'll see when you receive the report, reviewed a number of different documents from the district. Willie Burrows and David Palmer were just introduced. David Palmer, Willie Burrows was actually, he works with the Council of Great City Schools, but he was formerly the Chief Operations Officer in San Antonio, but he also worked in Dallas Independent School District and Houston Independent School District. David Palmer is retired from the Los Angeles Unified School District and actually is still supporting the district from time to time. Robert Abel is from the Dallas Independent School District. He is the Chief of Human Capital there. Frances Canty is the Chief of Human Resources in Boston Public Schools. Dr. Nicola Hall is the Chief Human Resource Officer, she was at the time, in East Baton Rouge Parish Public Schools. And then Sharon Reese is the Chief Human Resource Officer in Portland Public Schools. So it is not just our expertise, but the expertise from individuals from other large urban school districts across the country who participated in conducting this review, and these are their recommendations and findings, and I'm happy to present them to you this evening. First, I'll give you a little background and accommodations. I'll share some of the key findings. They are broken up into 4 areas: leadership and management, organization, operations, and then district staffing. And I'll provide a set of recommendations and then open up the floor for questions and answers. So beginning with background and commendations, first I want to talk a little bit about the talent acquisition and development. Retention of human capital, they're critical to the roles of supporting the district. And I shared earlier that this is about continuous improvement. One of the things we recognize is that you will need to make an investment in really the senior leadership, not just the hiring of senior leadership in human resources, which is one of the things that we will highlight in the report, but also the investment in the staff who are in, and that goes for all staff, but investment in staff who are in the department, really growing their capacity and growing their supports. One of the things that we would encourage is investing in their professional development as you move forward. In addition to that, one of the things that we noted is a part of this process is just the staff overall that we met with were excited about the work ahead, and so that was encouraging to us. We're looking forward to supporting that staff with the recommendations that we provide here. The Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction provided a survey of public school districts with 15 or more schools were ranked, and MPS was first in average teacher salaries in those school districts. And so that is, for this board, a commendable thing, meaning that you are competitive in your region. And so making sure you continue to do that would be important, not only for your teaching staff, but for all of your staff in the district. And then there were hardworking, dedicated staff, as I shared earlier, managing significant volumes of work that we met with, and we shared those. A couple of other key findings: a significant portion of the workforce has a long tenure here with the district, so you have institutional knowledge that can be built upon, and so infusing that institutional knowledge with also some new ways of thinking, which is what we'll share in the report, will be instrumental in your success moving forward. And then lastly, the council conducts a number of key performance indicators, or we collect a number of key performance indicators on critical issues specifically related to the operations of our operations staff. Human resources is one of them. And we compare districts across the country on those key performance indicators, provide feedback to your staff on where they are successful, where there are opportunities for improvement. And Milwaukee was best in class in 4 of the human resources key performance indicators. So I mentioned to you earlier that we often find when we come in and conduct these reviews that there are very successful things going on, and then there are also opportunities for improvement. So I didn't list all of them, but there are a number of good things that we found when we came, and I'll share now some of the findings, and we'll start with leadership and management findings. The first one I'll start with is actually in 2019, the council conducted a human resources review in the district. This is actually the council's 4th human resources review in the district since 2009. So we've done now one about every 5 years. There was one in 2009, one in 2013, 2019, and now this one. I share that to share this. And when we went through and reviewed the objectives, the recommendations that we had in the 2019 report, only one of the recommendations in the 2019 report had been completely implemented at the time of our review this time around. There are a number that were partially implemented, but we only gave credit if they were completely implemented. In addition to that, none of the 3 that were recommended in a 2025 consultant review on the Office of Human Resources have been implemented, and only 4 of the 11 from a 24-25 OHR department set of initiatives. I share that to share this. One of the first things that we'll do, and the council is here to support the district as you work through this, but one of the first things we recommend in a moment is that you pay close attention to actually implementing those things that are suggested as recommendations. We do not, as the council, lay out a priority list, and when you see our recommendations, we don't prioritize them. The district has the best understanding of the context, and so we allow the district and the superintendent and her staff to really say, here's potentially some low-hanging fruit, here's the things we'll prioritize, here's things that may take 6 months to a year to implement, some things may take 2 years to implement, so we don't lay out that time frame of priorities. But what we do suggest is that the human resources team, along with the superintendent, actually follow through on implementation. That will help significantly. Some other key findings. Without a well-defined strategic direction, where we found that the Human Resources Office did not have a well-defined strategic direction with specific goals, objectives, priorities, we would recommend creating that, and we'll recommend that in a moment, in particular tying that to the district priorities and the goals that you have for students. In addition to that, there was minimum alignment between OHR initiatives and the broader district strategic goals, and I just mentioned that. Here's another key one. There was insufficient collaboration across departments and teams, which really hampered proactively making improvements and problem solving between the Office of Human Resources and their peers. And I'll talk about 3 in particular. The first of which was position control. You'll hear me mention position control more than once as part of this presentation, but position control, job code designation, really being aligned with the finance office, and we fully are aware of the other things that you're implementing around finance. But as you move forward, allowing HR, finance to work together to build a strong position control process in the district is going to be critical moving forward. And so one of the things that we highlighted is several challenges related to position control, and you'll hear me talk about those a little more in the presentation in subsequent slides. In addition to that, there was limited consultation with technology services. One of the things that we will recommend in a moment is really, as you build the finance systems and structures, not building that independent of human resources and the other structures that are tied to the technology and the system, so that as you're moving forward, we recognize that you'll build out those that technology infrastructure, but adding to that, all those things are tied to it, which are going to be critical. And there was limited conversation between HR and technology. One of the things that does is creates a lot of manual work for staff in that division, things that could be automated to make them more efficient, and those are some of the recommendations you'll hear about in a moment. In addition to that, some of the early stages of the budget process exclude the Office of Human Resources. HR should be a part of those budget conversations, a part of really intricately being involved in the support and the work of the district. It is a critical element of the work that they do, but the work that influences what happens with budget in other areas. And then finally, principals reported being excluded from the HR process, specifically as it relates to some of their buildings and problem solving. We recommend, and we'll recommend in a moment, some ways of improving that and improving communications between the staff and Office of Human Resources and principals. Additionally, there's a lack of systems in place to build staff capacity. I talked about that at the outset when I shared kind of the purpose of this, but what I also shared was really building the capacity in-house of not just the Office of Human Resources staff, but Human Resources is really responsible for building the staff capacity of the entire district. So making sure that there is a focus on building the capacity of all and really investing in all of your employees in the district is part of their work. The team found that there was limited access to ongoing professional development for that staff. We also found that, for example, with the principal mentoring program that is in place, it focused on task execution rather than strategic leadership development. All of those things are things that should emanate from human resources. And then there's finally a lack of system-wide approach to continuous improvement and really building out role-specific training across the district. So lifting those up will be things that will be important moving forward. Regarding teacher recruitment, the teacher recruiting model is currently insufficient to meet the overall and long-term district needs, and we'll make recommendations around that. This has direct impact on your students and your student outcomes in the district and improving them. A couple of key areas here were the lack of effective use or implementation of early contract offers. For sometimes you were able to offer early, many of our districts are able to offer early contracts to student teachers who come into the district, offer early contracts to teachers that they've identified as being strong. One of the challenges here, and you'll see in the second bullet, that you've got a specific cycle of hiring that has kind of a cycle A, cycle B, cycle C. That structure is creating barriers that impede the effective recruitment and retention of your teachers across all employment categories. Essentially what it's doing is it's impeding the ability to, as I mentioned earlier, hire staff early, but also identify places where you can bring in individuals that are kind of off cycle, if you will, if you recognize that there's talent there. And so those cycles are something that in a moment we'll recommend making adjustments to, but we provide details of those cycles in the report, but those cycles are something that you'll want to revisit as you move forward. Some concerns were raised specifically around inconsistencies in salary placement, salary compression, misaligned incentives and compensation structure. So salaries for new staff coming in are often higher than those of existing staff with equal or greater experiences, effectively incentivizing current employees to seek employment outside of MPS. That is something that you'll want to address as you move forward with the superintendent and the team. Negative culture and feelings among existing staff led to feelings of unequal treatment, and then the absence of targeted compensation strategies has contributed to persistent inequities in student access to quality instruction, and we know that those are things that the new superintendent and their team will want to address. And finally, systemic employment operations issues were evident, including inconsistent discipline, limited Office of Human Resources support, unclear investigative roles, et cetera. So those are things that we recognize when we went through that, one, you want to, and I'll talk about this in a moment, but creating some standard operating procedures, really following those standard operating procedures in terms of how you're working with your staff. The team found that progressive discipline policies were inconsistently applied across job classifications, employee relations, responsible for having increasingly fallen to the principals. So there are things that have been added to the principal's plate. One of the critical issues here is that we heard reports that the principals received kind of additional additional responsibilities as far as evaluating employee relations investigations without receiving adequate training for doing so. And so those are some things that are critical. It goes back to training, which I talked about a moment ago, but also goes back to just making sure that there's alignment between some of the supports that staff need and the training that goes with it. And then finally, the staff transfer process. Often displaces underperforming staff without accountability or remediation. So essentially moving staff without really addressing the support needs that those staff had. So what we really want to do is invest in supporting staff, not simply moving them. There's also a breakdown in communications within and from the Office of Human Resources, which damaged operational effectiveness and stakeholder trust. We heard a number of different examples during this process where staff, for example, found out about things at this meeting of the board of directors rather than effectively communicating with staff about transitions, things that are changing in the district, et cetera. So communication from OHR leadership often was either informal or delayed or inconsistent. There's also inconsistent, contradictory information when contacting various OHR staff. And that's one of the things, again, we'll talk in a moment about standard operating procedures. But depending upon who you contacted, principals and others got different responses. And then finally, central office staff were often told that they cannot receive sufficient OHR support because teachers come first, quote unquote. But this occurred throughout the year. And so OHR had a tendency to kind of prioritize different things without developing systems and structures for supporting the entire organization. So the Office of Human Resources really support the entire organization as you move forward. And so that if you don't, then you create challenges in other places, and that's something that's critical. This was one other issue that came up during our conversations. The overall OHR budget for the past several years has been dynamic, to say the least. What you'll see in this, and I recognize that on the smaller screens it's a little more difficult to see, but what you'll see are significant fluctuations in the OHR budget. I raise this for two reasons. The first of which is what you'll need to do is, and one of the things that we won't be able to do, but what the superintendent and her team will need to do is really stabilize the OHR budget, critically understand what is needed in the Office of Human Resources, what are the baseline supports that would be needed, and what is the baseline funding that would need to go to support the human capital efforts. So you can expect that the superintendent and her team will come back to the board to say, this is what we've determined to be the needs of the district in terms of foundational human capital supports. You'll see that there wasn't much change in the staffing, but there were significant changes in budget and in the budget fluctuations. Now we'll talk briefly about organizational findings. I'll cover operational findings, and then we'll get into the recommendations and then questions and answers. Under organization, the first thing that we recognized was there were multiple interim roles and unfilled leadership positions in significant leadership gaps. I recognize that you just had a presentation from the superintendent on some of those gaps that will now be filled, and they're coming to you this evening. So just recognizing that those positions, when you have a large number of interim positions, it really impedes the ability of the district to move forward and create some of those standardized processes that I talked about a moment ago. The other thing we found, that there was inconsistent strategic direction, which slowed decision-making, reduced guidance and support for staff. So again, as you stabilize staff, that should be rectified. There were no recent staffing level analysis. We couldn't find it, and particularly considering the fact that, again, for most of our communities in our large city school districts, you're competing with staff, you're competing for staff, not just with other school districts in the area. You're also competing for staff with all of the major companies in the city, with other cities. So the ability for you to compete, and that goes for things like electricians, other things, those staffing studies staffing analysis are really critical for making sure that you've got the right people in the right places, understanding what your departments need, et cetera. So those are things that will be critical moving forward for the Human Resources Department to undertake. And again, I mentioned earlier that some of these things that we're going to see in findings, some of them can be done, they're low-hanging fruit, they can be done immediately. Other things are going to take some time to implement, and we'll allow the superintendent and her team to share with you what those priorities are. And then finally, there was a lack of change management protocols, really structured and continuous improvement functions in the office, which really undermines the ability to move forward. It's why we recommended that combining technology conversations for HR needs with your finance needs is important. Those are the types of things that are really continuous improvement functions that you'll want to make sure are happening in the department. And lastly, operations findings. With the operations findings, we'll start, first of all, with some of the feedback that we received from those who were interviewed. Principals in particular reported that response times were delayed or in some cases didn't come at all. So principals made requests of the Office of Human Resources and didn't get the feedback that they needed in a timely manner. Data dashboard to track candidate progress and hiring timelines didn't exist. And so really being able to follow that through with transparency is going to be a challenge. Vetting new teacher candidates. What we found was that principals were having to vet teacher candidates themselves without the Office of Human Resources in most of our, in all of our districts actually. Human Resources vets candidates before they make them available for consideration for their schools. And so building in the capacity to do some of those things in the Office of Human Resources will be important moving forward. Investigating employee misconduct, I mentioned earlier when I talked about principals, has shifted from employee relations to principals and other staff in the district. And then teaching technical positions, and I talked about this just a moment ago, remain unfilled for extended period of time, sometimes months or years, which is going to significantly impact your ability to really support schools and support the teachers in the classroom. Salaries were not competitive, is what we were told. Again, I mentioned earlier the salary studies, really understanding what is needed to not just compete with other school districts, but to compete with the city will be important. There was uncertainty about the ownership of position control. I know I talked earlier about position control being vital, but one of the things we heard when we conducted the interviews is who actually is responsible, and typically human resources and finance work hand in hand together. They have to work hand in hand together to make sure the position control is working the way it should, building the capacity of the district to actually know and understand who's in what positions, where are the budgeted positions, who's in them, et cetera. So that is a critical first step for making sure that even from a finance standpoint, you're where you need to be. The facilities division actually has a separate, we often call these shadow organizations within the organization, but they actually bypass central office human resources and independently manage their own employment relations and disciplinary actions. What tends to happen there is you get really inconsistent disciplinary responses, you get inconsistent treatment of employees when you operate kind of a separate, what we call, again, shadow HR department within a department. There are also inefficiencies and inconsistencies in MPS's hiring, onboarding, and certification process, which hinders your ability to really attract and retain highly qualified staff. Timelines for hiring can reportedly last several months. And so improving that will be critical. Some of improving that may also, and we'll talk about this in a moment, may also involve the board and how the board reviews and plays a role in the hiring process. OHR personnel reported that manually intensive data entry and other transactional activities account for about 40 to 75% of their daily workload. And this came from multiple employees, and it's actually to be expected. One of the things that we recognize when we go in and conduct these types of reviews is anytime you've got really manual processes, I'm entering information into spreadsheets, One system doesn't talk to another. So if the finance system doesn't talk to the HR system, then I'm manually entering information into the finance system that I have to read and pull from the HR system. Having those systems talk to each other rectifies a significant portion of this, which is why I talked about it early on. But it diverts time and effort away from the higher value strategic role that you want human resources to play in the district. Doing a lot of manual entry doesn't allow you to think critically about and really invest time into professional development, as I talked about earlier, recruitment of your teachers and other things that are important for human capital. OHR also lacked a robust policy governance structure. Again, that's where I talked about standard operating procedures. That's critical for making sure that individuals are consistent in staffing and staffing decisions that are made. And then the current policy requires prior board approval for hiring administrative staff, which delays the hiring process and hinders timely onboarding. Top quality candidates have been lost to other organizations with more efficient timelines. I mentioned just a moment ago that the board plays a role here as well. There are some things that you can do that we work with our districts on, and our districts actually do it. We recognize the role that the board plays in the hiring process, approving of budgets, et cetera. But there are certain things that you can also delegate to the superintendent's authority that will enable you to become a more efficient organization without jeopardizing the quality or the work that the board actually does in providing governance to the district. OHR lacked integrity, didn't lack integrity. Did not say that. Lacked integrated technology systems and data management practices, again, which hampered efficiency. Business and finance systems were not fully integrated into the district's human resource information system platform or the employment application platform. And then employee self-service portal, and this one's critical as well, again, going back to the timing issue. The Employee Self-Service Portal offers limited access to essential information and self-management functions. Again, what happens is when you limit that self-service portal, and there are quite a few of them now are robust across our districts, when it's not robust, it generates more questions that go into human capital, which again takes time away from the high-value things that you want your human capital team to be engaged in. There's lack of a robust system for applicant tracking. I talked about that a moment ago. Systems for collecting and disseminating data to decision makers are largely absent, resulted in fragmented decision making, limited strategic alignment, et cetera. And then no plans were identified to perform robust internal, external customer satisfaction surveys. So as you proceed with this work, one of the things that would be important, and you'll see a recommendation on this, but one of the things that would be important is actually asking the customers, asking principals, leaders in various divisions across the system, and not only that, not just for the Office of Human Capital, but operations, maintenance and support, others, survey systems that ask their customers, how are we doing, are critical feedback for understanding that, hey, we're making investments, we're making strides, we're making improvement, and that would be important moving forward. The last thing I'll share is a bit of information about district staffing that is in the report. This data comes from the National Center for Educational Statistics. It is a couple of years old, and I'll note that I know that there have been a couple of changes that have been made recently. But in 2023-2024 school year, this data looked at a couple of things that stood out to us. The first of which is teaching staff. Relative to other CGCS districts. And so we look at the Council of Great City Schools national median. Again, we've got 81 large urban school districts that we're looking at. So we recognize Milwaukee is a large urban district. We don't want to compare Milwaukee to all the other districts in the state, which we do have some for Wisconsin. But we also want to compare you to other large urban districts. Your 40.6% of your teachers being among all district personnel was lower than the national average of about 46.1%, and then Wisconsin districts is about 51%. And I'll show you some other data that corroborates kind of what that looks like in terms of your teaching staff. You also have a higher student-to-teacher ratio than your colleagues. Yours is about 17.33. CGCS nationally, districts nationally are about 14.8, and Wisconsin overall is about 13.6 on average. Those two combined And what you may recognize as well is we're talking about, you might say, well, 17.33. Some of our classes are larger size than that. Yes, absolutely. Most of our districts and all may also have teachers that are classified as teachers but working outside the classroom. But those two combined suggest that you've got a lower percentage overall of your workforce that is actually teaching or providing direct supports to students. Your student-to-staff ratio overall was comparable to other CGCS districts, both with the national meeting and Wisconsin. What that suggests, again, is that your staffing is consistent with others, but the level of teaching staff and the student-to-teacher ratio is different. This one also plays a role in that, but this is central office staff. And so your students to central office staff is much lower than the CGCS national median, which was 165, yours was 138, and Wisconsin is about 198 students for each central office staff person. So I shared earlier, I recognize that some of your central office staff have been reassigned to schools recently, but this is a clear indication that some of the central office, you did have a larger central office kind of footprint, if you will, than your peers. That change will adjust these numbers. So as that shift will help drive more of the numbers toward teaching in the classroom and fewer toward central office. And then our recommendations. First of all, expedite recruiting, selecting, and onboarding highly qualified, proven human resources executive. We recognize that that's happening and in place, and we know the superintendent is making efforts to do that, as evidenced by the staff that were just announced a few minutes ago. Two, implement the reorganizational structure recommended in 2019, in the 2019 CGCS review. It was actually recommendation number 10. What you'll see throughout our recommendations, many of them are consistent with the findings from 2019. As you might imagine, if there were 19 recommendations in 2019, of which only one was implemented, some of the things that we've seen are really going back to implement what we suggested in 2019. And you'll see that come up in a couple of different places. Research and evaluate streamlining the hiring process by having the board grant the superintendent selected delegated authority to approve new hires and promotions immediately. What you want to do is make sure you avoid losing candidates. One of the things, one of the mantras that we often share when we're working with our school districts, when we talk about the best teachers, for example, we might ask the question, where do the best teachers come from? The best teachers come from March and April. And I know that's a strange way to respond to that, but what we're essentially saying is for all of your candidates, the earlier you can hire your candidates, the better off you'll be. It gives them an opportunity to transition, but you also will hire and identify top talent and won't lose that top talent to peers in other districts around in the community. Develop and implement a 5-year strategic plan based on best practices that aligns with the MPS mission, core values, and strategic plan. Again, that was recommendation number 1 from 2019. But do that collaboratively. So collaboratively develop the plan to ensure alignment with your key stakeholders, superintendents, regional superintendents, and others should all be a part of building that plan. Modernizing business processes should be a part of that plan. Standardizing internal operations. We talked about standard operating procedures. And then establishing a robust performance framework should also be a part of that plan, meaning introduce KPIs. Don't create a strategic plan that doesn't have clearly measurable goals, key performance indicators that the unit is operating. Our KPIs, we have a series of human resources KPIs that deal with things like onboarding time. How long does it take from the time you've posted a position to actually fill a position? There are a number of other KPIs in there that are really good metrics for helping an Office of Human Resources understand, are we doing better? Are we getting better at what we're doing and how we're working with our staff? Number 5, implement a phased implementation of the goals in the strategic plan. I mentioned earlier that some of these things will be low-hanging fruit that you can do short-term. Others will be more intermediate goals, 6 months, a year, and others will be long-term. So just recognize that the staff it'll be part of the work that they'll need to do is to say, here's how we will lay out improving the system and creating the strategic plan. Implement a systemic review, evaluation, and reconstruction of the office's teacher recruitment program. I talked earlier about that. And then comprehensive employment development, growth, and retention strategies to enhance workforce satisfaction, organizational effectiveness, and employee retention. All of those are critical. Investing in your own employees is the best way to improve the system. It is, you can look outside, but if you aren't making investments in your employees, then you're really creating a stagnant system that's not growing and getting better. That investment would be critical. Modernize and streamline the district's hiring, onboarding, and certification process to enhance efficiency. Champion a culture of open community practices through the OHR, thereby overcoming any silo mentality. And this really cuts across the entire system as well. One of the things you want to encourage is you want to encourage your staff to work together, to work collaboratively, and really openly tackle the problems that might exist both within divisions and then across divisions. That starts actually with the board. And so I know I'm sharing recommendations and findings as a part of this presentation. How the board takes and addresses the findings that we're sharing, the reports that you're getting, is critical to setting a culture in the district of continuous improvement. It's why I started my presentation with, we present our findings from a continuous improvement standpoint. The reason we do that is really how you embrace it. If you embrace the report or the findings as, well, wait a minute, who hasn't fixed this in the past? It creates a culture of, I don't want to really embrace what's happening and really tackle the challenges that we face. What you as a board want to say is, we recognize this is what's going on. How are you as a district addressing this, and how are we going to move forward to really provide a culture that says we want to be open and honest about our challenges? One, the superintendent has asked us to come in and conduct this review, but as you move forward, really being open about, are there other challenges that we're facing? Let's be open about those challenges, allow our staff to be open about those challenges, and then they can have communications in a culture that allows them to improve and get better. It's critical, and so that's why we put here championing a culture of open communication and practices is important. And then lastly, measure how the office provides responsive services and meets customer needs. I talked about that earlier from a survey standpoint. Again, asking those questions up front and allowing the office to be candid with both the board and the superintendent and the staff about here's what our customers said to us. It may not be pretty right now, but here's the things we're doing to get better. If you don't ask those questions, then you can't get better, and those are critical. But you've got to be in a place where staff feel comfortable that I can ask those questions, I can be open and honest about what my strengths and my weaknesses are, and I can address those weaknesses moving forward. Last two. Launching an initiative to establish consistent, equitable, and efficient processes that support staff and ensure fair and timely resolution of personnel matters will be important. And then aligning staff strategies with instructional priorities and school-specific needs by addressing systemic staffing support and coaching gaps that affect teacher effectiveness, operational continuity, and equitable student outcomes. That last one is critically important. The first thing that you'll want to do is make sure that the board has priorities, that the board understands here's what we're focused on, and then you want to staff according to those priorities. And those priorities should all be focused on improving student outcomes. The most important thing that you can do as a board is stress that the reason that we are in business as a school system is to improve outcomes for students. Those are our priorities, and then we'll staff it accordingly. Put a comment there that I will not read, but it is kind of how we finish the report. We talked about about shifting organizational and culture and mindset, and we recognize that you are now in a position of really shifting organizational culture, your mindset. That takes time, but it is critical moving forward. It's why we shared the last point, but the most important thing is build a strong plan for doing so and then stay the course. It's the most important thing you can do as a board. With that, I will say thank you, and we'll take any questions that you might have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do board members have questions or comments? Director Jackson?
Absolutely. Yes, so I appreciate all that you said, and pretty much in total alignment and agreement with I think everybody else is here too. So we have it in black and white, but one thing I'm gonna just go backwards with your statement saying communication needs to start with the board. I totally disagree with that. Reason being, in joining this board, and it's nothing with no one on this board, I was met with resistance. So how can I initiate a communication when various departments were told we're not allowed to talk to board directors? So information that I want to seek out, they're not able to give due to whatever culture that was set before. The culture that's here before my time and even before everybody else's has been ugly, has been very stained. So how do we, as board members, communicate to not just our constituents, but also other NPS employees about what our mission is, or how can we better advocate for this department or that department, or what resources can we give you when they're afraid to talk to us? So the communication doesn't start with the board, it starts with administration, understanding that now that we have board members who are here and willing to fight for you, let's build relationships. One thing about me, I'm building bridges and closing the gaps. And right now, our gaps are very wide in so many areas, especially salaries, which I'll touch on later. But the communication piece doesn't start with us. If people are afraid to talk to us, how can we help them?
Glad you asked that. Is my mic still on? Okay. Glad you asked that question. Thank you very much. One of the things that we do as part of the work that we do is we support our school boards as well. One of the critical things to understand is, and we help boards work through this process, but one of the critical things to understand is the difference between governance and what board governance looks like. And what system management looks like. And they're two separate things. And it's vital that the board does the work of board governance, but the superintendent actually does the work of management of the district. Understanding those two and understanding what those mean is critical for a district to move forward. Quite often we see those lines get conflated. When those lines get conflated, the system breaks down as a whole, and it becomes a real challenge. So when you talk about communication, the board operates as a unit. You all as a board members are a unit, not individual board members managing the district. You're a unit, and that unit governs the district and provides governance support for the superintendent to then manage the district. When that system is in place, when we go back to communicating with individual staff, things like that, what you want to do is set the overall direction for the district. We talk about setting the vision for the district, the values of the district, clearly identifying for the superintendent. And the superintendent has just joined the community. The board is elected to represent the community's vision and values. When you represent the community's vision and values, you then charge the superintendent with managing the district in a way that accomplishes those visions and values. That is the critical role. If the board tries to manage the district staff, then you're going to create a confluence of challenges that will stagnate the district. You actually do more harm than good. And that's one of the things we share quite a bit. So it's not a fear issue. It's more a structural issue of what does governance look like versus management.
If I may.
Very
so-
follow-up, Director Jackson.
Yeah, my issue is just being practical. I get what you're saying, I understand that process, but when you knock on the door to a department, Director Jackson, I'm telling you, I cannot talk to you. That has nothing to do with structure. That's systematic, that's been done in place, and that fear's been in motion already. How do we address the culture? That's in any space. Let's address the culture, because the board definitely aligns with the vision, and even now, with having a new superintendent, everybody's on board on how we work together. That's not the issue. My issue is, whether it be myself or even new board members moving forward, how do we talk to various departments openly to know what their issue is, just basically introducing ourselves. Because I am an individual first, and I'm saying, hello, my name is Daryl Jackson. I'm new to here. What is your functionality of your office? How do I get to know that? Okay, Daryl, this is what it is. But if I'm met with, I can't, or else something will happen. What do we do then?
So board governance wasn't part of our review. It was human resources, but happy to support the board in board governance support if you are interested. It's something that we do regularly, and happy to do that if needed.
Can I just make a recommendation? Maybe it's something that we can also talk about at our next board retreat in August so that we can address that culture.
Absolutely.
I would be very interested in having that conversation as well.
Mhm.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Vice President Herndon?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to say welcome and thank you so much for the work that you've done, Mr. Hart, or Dr. Hart. We communicated quite often last year when we started having so many major issues bubbling up, and I appreciate the help and the calming down that you provided for me during those times. Having been president, I recognized a lot more of the problems that a superintendent has to face. But also, having been on the board for a lot of years, I also had my own way of dealing with what Director Jackson is speaking of. I support what he's saying in many instances, but I also dealt with it in a different way. Basically, I ignored it because in my case, what I would run into were just those statements, but my objective for visiting and, developing relationships had nothing to do with monitoring somebody's performance in their position. And because, that's just the way my mindset was. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not here to tell you how to do your job. I'm here to make sure that you have the tools that you need to perform your job and that our children are being serviced appropriately. And that worked for me, and I'm thankful it did, to say the least. That's it.
Thank you. Director Fonz, and then we'll go to Director O'Halloran.
Yes, thank you very much for that report. I think it was a good introduction. I'm looking forward to the entire report. Do we know when that's going to be available to the public?
Yes, we wanted to get this presentation done sooner. We're working on our final minor edits to the report. We're just going through and doing our proofreading. We'll get that report to you next week.
And then do we communicate directly with you, or is there an office or to get that kind of information? Or does it come through the superintendent, or how does?
We'll share, the superintendent made the request of us for the report, and we'll share that report back
Okay.
directly with the superintendent.
Thank you. And I know that you haven't prioritized exactly, but we need to stat, because this is a crisis part of our institution. We are not hiring people on a regular basis. We are losing a lot of talent on a regular basis. And this has been going on a long time. I was hired in 1999, and I had issues with HR back then, and they have continued on and on and on. So one thing that really stood out to me, and I know you said that we shouldn't look to the past, but the 2019 recommendations weren't implemented at all. So we as a board, we have to do this, right? This is if there's vision and values, one of the visions should be we're going to do our job. Right? The value would be that if it says that we're not doing things like standard operating procedures, those are things that we need to implement, and that's pretty easily checked. So we have to look within ourselves, look at our procedures, look at our oversight, and make sure that we do these types of things. And that's my charge, as a member of the board. When you say staffing level analysis, who exactly does a staffing level analysis?
So staffing level analysis are conducted across departments. So similar to my response earlier when I talked about the fact that the budget for human resources has fluctuated over the years. What they'll really need to do as part of this process is say, here's the recommendations, as we talked about. Here's what's suggested for human resources. The staffing level analysis then says, what staff do we need within our department to accomplish these sets of goals? So we've laid out a 5-year strategic plan. Now, how do we staff to accomplish that strategic plan? And so that is done by the superintendent and staff. To address your earlier statement about just we have to do this now, again, the superintendent, in terms of correcting the issues in human resources, that's a management issue. You want the superintendent to do that work. What the board wants to do is say, this is a priority for us, and identify these are our board priorities. And we have structures that we share, but at the very least have your own, where you say, here's how we will monitor the board's priorities. If everything is important, nothing is important. So asking the superintendent to come in and fix everything is not going to, you're not going to fix anything if you try to do that. And so making sure that you put structures in place as a board to monitor the progress of those. When I talked about vision and values, monitoring the progress of those is absolutely critical for a board to do.
You mentioned a data, I have a number of comments.
Okay, follow up.
The-
I just, for the listening audience, I wanted to say your name so that
Okay,
who was
thank
talking.
you. Director Fons, thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned the data dashboard to track candidate progress. Do you think that we have the capacity now to do that kind of thing?
Again, that's up to the superintendent and her team to kind of prioritize where that is. So when you say
That seems
capacity,
extremely important.
yeah, when you say capacity now, one of the things that we will do and we will offer our support for, one of the things that we do after we make these presentations is anytime the superintendent or the team in human resources says, hey, here's something that we would like to begin to do, this is a priority for us, is there anyone doing this well in the country? The answer to that is typically, and based on the recommendations, these recommendations didn't come from myself or some of our team did, but they came from the team that came here to visit. And we do have places around the country that have stronger systems in terms of human resources, human capital, who can provide insights to your staff on here's how we did this, here's some of the things that we put in place, here's the system structures we put in place. So there are opportunities to learn and grow. And again, I mentioned earlier, really investing in your staff to help them build the capacity to do some of the things would be important moving forward.
Okay, you mentioned that facilities bypass OHR oversight, and they kind of have their own structure. Is that a normal operating procedure for an organization like this, that they would kind of do their own thing? It seemed odd to me. I don't know if it is or is not.
It is not normal, but it's not that it doesn't occur. Particularly when different units feel I'm not getting the support or the services that I need. So as you build up the Office of Human Resources, what you'll want to think about is, okay, we need to absorb that back into the Office of Human Resources. Technology is another example. We see shadow technology units across divisions in school districts all the time. So it's not.
That sounds really shady these days.
This isn't the only example.
Thank you. My last comment for you was about the manual entry system. That seems like something that we should be able to transition to some other, more efficient technology.
It's a process. A lot of times it occurs because systems don't communicate with each other. So if your finance system doesn't communicate with your HR system, you're gonna generate a lot of manual work that could be avoided.
And then these comments are directed towards the superintendent quickly. When do you think we'll have a chief human resource officer?
President Zambor, Director Fons, Brenda Caselli, Superintendent. We are interviewing tomorrow. We have a final interview with the 2 candidates, and so hopefully we will choose one of those, but if we don't, we have to go back to the drawing board and look again. But what I want to do is ensure that we have the right person who can do this work. We think that the work obviously presented here by Dr. Hart indicates that someone has to have a high level of competence, change management skill, ability to build strong culture within the team, and, understand continuous improvement.
It sounds like we don't have standard operating procedures in HR. That seems like a baseline. That's something that I really want to come back to, and hopefully can see that could change immediately, as soon as possible. Performance framework, we have high
By
turnover.
privilege, at some point, the chair does chair the meeting. So,
Thank you. We have these performance frameworks and, turnover rates, vacancy rates, fill rates for substitutes. These are all things that seem that we could, with data, we can see how we're proceeding, and we obviously have not been doing that. And then lastly, teacher recruitment has to be a high priority, and I'd like to look at some metrics that see how we're doing that also.
Administration? Mr. Hurt?
If I may, just on the standard operating procedures, just want to clarify, we're not saying you don't have any standard operating procedures. All we're sharing is that the standard operating procedures, how you work consistently in terms of working with employees, et cetera, needs to be strengthened significantly.
Thank you.
Director O'Halloran, and then, did I see a hand up over here as well? Okay. Director O'Halloran.
thank you. With some of the systems recommendations, whether it's, how do we automate some of the manual entry or make the systems speak better together, or just including technology, HR, and budget discussions, like those teams together. I'm just curious if there has been any analysis, whether through this process, this audit, or within the administration, if we have sufficient project management, business analysts, like the type of people who can actually suggest not just a system that would work in a different environment, but would actually work in ours. Because what I don't want to do is say, well, it's working well in Houston for this data dashboard, we should implement that here, and then say, oh, our systems are from 1930s, and we still have, I literally worked at an insurance company where we still had punch cards. So, I appreciate that many of our systems have been updated, but do we have enough expertise within our current environment to recommend systems that are implementable?
Administration or Mr. Hart?
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, we are currently working with MGT with our finance systems, and Matt knows this as well, and we are already talking about position control, standard operating procedures within our finance system, and we have identified better collaboration with HR, particularly within our Power School and Business Plus framework, and we've already had meetings with them on this and how we could marry the work. So we just we've been waiting on this part to be able to drive deeper into the recommendations and what we start with, but we know as part of our work with finance, and to clean that up, we have to also be looking at HR at the same time. So that's on the project plan as we continue to work forward.
Any follow-up, Director O'Halloran?
Yeah, I would just be curious to know what our current staffing level is around project management, business analysts, that sort of, do we have the expertise that we need? And it doesn't need to be tonight.
You mean in-house?
Yes, in-house,
Okay.
longer term, because this isn't our last project, right? So,
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, actually, Mr. Chasen and myself have met recently with his Office of Efficiency to talk through how the Office of Efficiency might be able to support some of these business, analyses and equity analyses across the district to be able to improve systems within the district itself. So we are going to be collaborating more strategically moving forward.
Any other follow-up?
Yes, one more follow-up, and that would actually go, I think, back to the chair, as the chair of LRP. So of all of these recommendations, most of these fall within the administration's court. We can provide direction on what we think is our, are our priorities, but one of them does fall, and that's the recommendation to review our board policy around approving administrative appointments and whatnot. Is this something that we can just take back to LRP for review and possibly take action?
Thank you. You must have seen my Post-it note way over here,
My
where
vision is
I
not that
was
good.
envisioning maybe the administration bringing a recommendation to LRP for the board to consider around maybe meeting more frequently. I will say I am very leery about delegating our authority until more recommendations are put into place. But I am open. I don't know what how the rest of the board would feel, but just talking about having options for the board to approve more frequently, so that we're not missing candidates.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. That's
yeah.
all.
Is that a motion, Director O'Halloran? No.
I think this actually was not noticed for action.
Oh,
so I
that's
don't
right,
even
it
know
wasn't.
if I'm
Okay.
actually allowed to, but as a member of LRP, I can
Thank you.
do something then.
Would Office of Board Governance like to make a comment on that suggestion?
Yeah, I just was saying, we got it,
Okay.
without action.
Thank you so much. Do other board members have questions or comments? Director Seamson?
Thank you. So thank you so much for the work that you did. Those of us who have taught in the district and been here know the stories you shared well. And it's nice to have the report. I feel like this is the most transparent information that we've been sharing around this topic that's been in the district, a known problem for a long time, so I appreciate the work. I just want to make sure we're circling back to the exit interviews. I believe that's come up before. We get a high amount of exit interviews, but the information we as a board hear, the details and specifics around that are scant, I guess. So I feel like it's come up at another board meeting where we get more detailed information about the exit interviews. I'd like to make sure that we it seems like a small thing, but it's something I know we've really wanted to take a deeper look at. I think early contracts, we've talked about that in the past as well, and I think that is a critical piece. I know we lose student teachers in that, and during that window, I've had some reach out to me like, I really want to work for MPS, but I'm being offered this contract now. What should I do? And that even goes back, my goodness, when I was a teacher in the classroom. Fantastic teacher. We lost her to Boston, as a matter of fact, and I would have died to have her stay. And then the customer service the customer satisfaction surveys, I think, are just so critical. And I really appreciate your perspective on doing this from a position of growth. It doesn't do anybody any good to kind of get bogged down in past practices or why we're at where we're at, but I think moving forward, that is a critical thing to implement. I also had concerns just about the capacity to do this work. I feel like we have a lot of really heavy lifts right now. So I do look forward to the report, I believe you said in August, where we'll kind of get a better sense of where Dr. Caselius, feel like we, kind of like a plan moving forward, and looking forward to, I think the other piece of this is just updates, public updates that are brought back to the board in whatever committee, because I feel like that's the other piece. And we talk about the 2019 report, and not much happened with that. So I think having the public hear that is another really important piece that we can't get lost in the mix. So no questions, just lots of comments.
Thank you. Administration?
President Zomber, Director Simpson, after the governor's audit, I know that the board gave action on oversight of those audits. And of course, some of these recommendations were also mentioned in the operational audit. So I think as part of our overall transparency and reporting out to the public and to the board, we could use that vehicle as a way to add this and add indicators from here, so that we can track these recommendations, these 12 recommendations here, the 19 previous, and just make sure that we are comprehensive and making sure that we're transparent in our progress toward these goals.
Thank you. Director Ferguson?
I don't need to ask questions. Actually, exactly where Director Simpson went and where the superintendent just spoke at was the heart of my question, so
Okay.
I don't need to.
Thank you. Mr. Jason?
Two quick questions. I just wanted to unpack two data points. The first one was on slide 5, and it spoke to the average teacher salaries. My quick math is that Milwaukee's 6.5% higher than Madison, 12% higher than Green Bay. From a policy consideration, I wanted to know how that value was arrived at. Was that considering the total population of currently active teachers and arriving at an average there, or was this a calculation considering the low and high points of a salary schedule? The difference being that it could be that a more tenured staff might overstate what the average salary is, and I was wondering what the method was for arriving at that.
Yeah, typically a more tenured staff will influence that figure. It's a survey that was done actually by, we didn't do the survey. We're reporting what was reported in the survey. I can get you that answer, but I have to go back and look at how they did the calculations in the survey.
Then,
Follow up?
if I may, yep, one other data point to follow up on. It piggybacks what was said about the exit interview data. That's a very high exit interview completion rate, 2.5 times the median. And I wasn't sure if, where we say exit interview, is that an in-person interview? Is it simply someone filling out a survey? I wasn't sure if there was any look into the qualitative value or the reportable data that exists in what we capture there. Was anything looked at there? It might have been beyond the scope, but just out of curiosity, if there was something there that could be mined to inform policy decision.
So one of the things that I didn't mention when we brought up the survey or the exit surveys, in the report, this was actually a commendation that we gave and then a finding that we took away. So we actually took away kind of the benefit of it, and we didn't take it away that you've got it. What we took away was the fact that the data is not being used to inform decision-making or inform decision-making about hiring or change kind of cultural issues that may exist that the exit interviews revealed. So what we actually did is we had a finding around, and then a recommendation, but a finding around not using that information to inform improvements. So I didn't mention that when you brought it up, but since you brought it up a second time. The second thing I'll mention is that all of our KPI data that we receive is self-reported. So we can go in and look at, we can ask questions about how, where did this come from, but it's what was reported to us. And then once it's reported to us, we compare our districts on it.
Mr. Chasen, any follow-up? Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Hart, for your work and for coming here to join us tonight. We really appreciate it. We've got a lot of work to do.
It's an honor and pleasure, and just know that we're here to support both you, the superintendent, and the district, in anything you need moving forward. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let me make sure I'm in the right spot on the agenda. Are there any reports or communications from the board clerk, chief officer, Office of Board Governance?
Madam President, there are 3 communications from the Office of Board Governance. The first communication is the monthly report with possible action from the Board Clerk Chief Officer. This is an information item, and although it was noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Will the Office of Board Governance please present the report?
President Zomber and members of the board, Tina Owen Moore, Chief Officer, Office of Board Governance. We've had a lot of information tonight, so I won't spend much time on my report, but I wanted to note that it was the 1-year anniversary of my entry plan, and so the board report this month really focuses on what I promised to do, what we got done, where we're going as a team. I want to thank everyone in the Office of Board Governance because it's been an incredible team to join and have the honor of working with, and the board for being great to work with as well. And I'm really excited about the work with the administration. So thank you for the opportunity, and I will let you read that on your own, and we will look forward to supporting you in the work that you've talked about tonight. Thanks.
And I just want to say thank you for everything you've done in your first year, and congratulations on your first year. I think we're all so grateful for your ideas and a lot of the change that you're putting in place to help us grow. So just on behalf of all of us, want to thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have questions about the report or wants to make additional comments? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication from the Office of Board Governance is the monthly report with possible action on legislative activities affecting MPS. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Okay. Will the Office of Board Governance please present the report? And I think we're going to looks like we're pulling up some documents, and then we'll let Mr. Thiel begin.
Thank you. Thank you, President Zambor, members of the board, Chris Thiel, Office of Governmental Relations. Just two main areas to update the board on this evening. The first being, and I was very pleased to see Dr. Hart here, at the federal level. Since the board last met, we've had a fairly unusual circumstance with regard to federal funds that, at least at the moment, has come to what appears to be a positive conclusion. But just wanted to touch base and inform the board that there are some, on July 1st, the Office of Management and Budget at the federal level withheld several title funding area funds. And it was communicated that the Federal Department of Education was doing a review of how those funds were being used. And this is something that, frankly, in my time has never happened before, and I don't know if there is precedent for it. These are dollars that Congress had already passed and had been allocated and were to be distributed to school districts across the country. And again, in a highly unusual situation, the Office of Management and Budget withheld those dollars, supposedly to review whether they were being used in some way they were not supposed to. I can assure the board that all the dollars we received from those title areas were being used properly, and there really wasn't any basis for this withholding of funds. And again, as of last Friday, it was communicated to the state that those dollars will be released and will be coming our way. But I didn't want to ignore this because our staff spent a significant amount of time and effort over this last month triaging a situation where if those dollars were to be withheld, a lot of the work that our staff does on behalf of students in the community was going to be significantly disrupted. You may have heard about funding being withheld for after-school programs. So our Department of Recreation was trying to figure out, if those dollars do not come through, how are we going to support our families who depend on those programs in the summer and early fall months. And we're reaching out to all of our contacts and all of their contacts and combining forces to make sure that those dollars were released. And helping us lead that effort was Dr. Hart and the Council of the Great City Schools in communication with with our superintendent, certainly communicating with the Office of Board Governance. I want to give credit to Manish Naik, their lead legislative liaison to all of our districts, to really communicate into federal representation that this really highly unusual situation was playing out. So it was not only after-school programs, but it was services for professional development of teachers, for English language acquisition. Any number of things that we do to improve the lives of kids were for basically no reason that anybody can really figure out, disrupted and withheld, thankfully temporarily. Again, I want to thank the council. I want to thank all of our partners at the state level. I want to thank, in particular, Congresswoman Moore's office for really acting on our behalf, on the students' behalf, to get those dollars released. But I didn't want to miss mentioning that because I am hopeful that that's not a precursor to other activity we may see in the future with regard to federal budgeting, federal funding. But I think the teamwork that was displayed by people to make sure that those funds came to our students was crucially important, and all the work of the administration to help get that done as well was crucial. So thankfully, as we sit here, those dollars will be coming our way. Thank the Department of Public Instruction as well for their efforts. But just wanted to mention that to the board and the community so that people are aware. And since we last met, the other major development was at the state level. We have passed a state budget, and we are in that period where you have seen, I'm sure, many articles, much commentary on what the state budget means This is not unusual, right? We're in the post-budget kind of communication phase, but I think when you really strip away all the language, and as we have discussed over the many months and frankly years at this point, when people ask kind of what's the best word to use when describing this K-12 budget for students, the word is probably negligent, right? When we discussed funding for our students a month ago, we talked about the fact that the Joint Committee on Finance, in a move that we have basically never seen before, provided no state aid. It was described as a goose egg. For basically the first time in the history that I can see. There have been times, the Great Recession, where we've seen some unusual activity, but in a moment when we had a $4 billion state surplus, no state aid was provided to schools. 2 years ago, you heard people talking about 2/3 funding being achieved at the state level. You're not hearing that right now, because 2/3 funding will not be achieved. And the concern is that if there is no state aid provided, that disrupts the whole education funding system. You may have heard, people say all the time, well, the K-12 funding, Wisconsin's funding system is broken. If you don't put gas in the car will not go. And state aid is the fundamental piece of the state's funding formula to make everything else operate. What became very apparent and helped to make that clear, and we've put it in the attachments and we've put it up on the screen this evening, is that there was a report from the Wisconsin Policy Forum that came out a couple weeks after the passage of the state budget. They did an analysis based on U.S. Census funding data. The year of this is 2023. That's the most recent data that has been achieved. And it documents again that Wisconsin has been plummeting relative to other states in the nation in terms of our per pupil support. Where we were about 11th in 2003, we're now 26th. The thing that makes this more concerning is that this is a snapshot of data from 2023. And what is built into the number is about $244 million of non-recurring referenda monies from across the state, meaning one-time dollars that our local school districts raised, non-recurring, right? So if they're going to sustain that, they're going to have to go back out to referendum. And that is included in the number, as dramatically as we've fallen now to 26th. It's propped up by all the local effort that is happening. And I'm making that point because you may have heard that there is, quote, $1.3 billion of spendable revenue in this most recently passed state budget. Only 45% of that's coming from the state. The other 55% of the money you may have heard about is from local effort and local property taxpayers, right? Because the per pupil revenue limit, and I apologize for using so many numbers here, but our per pupil revenue limit has gone up by $325. That's being described as an increase. It's $89 less than the rate of inflation, right? So what's being described as a per pupil increase in terms of this revenue limit piece, in real dollar terms, is a cut. And so we have a dramatically difficult situation on the horizon here, where we have a lot of our neighboring school districts educating Wisconsin students who are on these non-recurring referenda, and they will have to go back to referenda if they want to sustain funding, in a situation where they haven't put gas in the car, right? The state has not done its 2/3 responsibility. And so we had another legislative memo come out today. It described the amount of per pupil, quote unquote, increase that Milwaukee's going to receive and all of our districts are going to receive. I'm really trying to emphasize this point so that people don't have the understanding that somehow this budget is a windfall for school districts. It's simply not. And in fact, when you put no money in the state aid pot, I think that describes the situation best. So we have information that I'll share next month. The number of districts that are using about 10% of their referenda is based on, 10% of their revenue limit is based on non-recurring referenda, has jumped to about 122 districts in this state. So they're getting to 10% of their operating budget is based on one-time money or money that they will have to renew. 122 districts, that's about 30% of the districts in the state of Wisconsin right now. So Want to really emphasize that point because we will continue to see description of what happened in this state budget. I think it's important to have the factual information. I'm very thankful that the Wisconsin Policy Forum came out with their factual analysis, and we will continue to do our work on behalf of MPS students and other students in the state. There is, I think, because of the focused effort, one of the things we did see was an adjustment upward to the reimbursement for special education. In the past, it was hovering at about 30%. In this budget, that reimbursement rate moves to a stated 42% in the first year and a stated 45% in the second year. The reason I describe it that way is because it is not a promised reimbursement rate, right? So as we've seen and as our budget department has to, get you the real numbers eventually, I would imagine those actual reimbursement rates for special education will fall to in the 40% range in the first year and maybe the 43% range in the second year. That continues to be less than half of what the reimbursement rate is for private schools who are educating students with disabilities. So those are the basics of the state budget, and we will continue our work. And again, many thanks to Congresswoman Moore, to members of the Milwaukee delegation who fought on behalf of improved resources for students, and for everybody in our community who continues to advocate for our MPS students.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to make any comments or ask questions? Director Jackson.
Yes. Definitely appreciate all that you said, and you touched on it a little bit with the taxpayer piece. Could you just give a blunt statement of how it truly affects us, the taxpayers, when right now most are receiving a cost of living increase, but it really doesn't feel like it because now we have to pay more, and in regards of funding that's not coming down from the state.
Mr. Thiel.
President Zambor, Director Jackson, thank you for that question. I think looking at it kind of in two ways is important, at the state level and then at the local level. And at the state level, because that revenue limit per pupil went up, which is crucially important, but there was no state aid to follow it, that represents about 750 or 760 million of local effort that's going to have to be put forward over the 2-year period. Just to be clear, that's over the 2-year period. And then we have another situation that plays out at the local level. Every October 15th, school districts receive their own, basically personal state aid amount that we would expect to get in. We're in an interesting situation as we phase in our referendum, where actually the amount of state aid moving into Milwaukee Public Schools is going to hopefully support us in a way where ultimately our property tax that we levy in October is at a reasonable level. If we were not in that situation, and we've been in situations before where we've seen a decrease in state aid, that's when we'll see those more dramatic property tax increases. So we don't have, they've issued July 1 aid estimates, which are moving in a direction for us that I think will allow us to hopefully put forward a levy that is reasonable, but we won't have those final numbers until October 15th. So I wouldn't want to say what the impact is at this point, but we're hoping that, relatively speaking, we're in a decent position.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Director
That's all.
Jackson?
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thiel. Madam Secretary, what is the next communication from the Office of Board Governance?
The next communication is action on a request to retire to closed session relative to litigation in which the board is involved. The recommendation is that the board retire to a closed session to consider this item.
If there are no objections, we will defer this item to the end of the meeting. Madam Secretary, are there any reports or communications from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency?
There is one communication from the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. The first report is the monthly report with possible action on activities within the Office of Accountability and Efficiency. This is an informational item, and although it has been noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the Office of Accountability and Efficiency please present the report?
Thank you, Chair Zonboard. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. That report is before you. I'll briefly highlight some additional CAP updates. Dr. Casilius has already provided a very good one. I'll just note for members of the public and the audience specifically, the CAP progress tracker has been updated. Mr. Claiborne actually has a missed call from me earlier this evening alerting to this fact. I apologize that it's been so delayed. It's a matter where urgency often has trumped importance. We're going to do better on bringing updates more timely. So I just want to take ownership of that, let folks know that they've been heard so that we can hold ourselves accountable on its progress. Additionally, there was a report to the board related to our annual summary of fraud, waste, and abuse activities from the Fraud, Waste, and Abuse Reporting Hotline. I have the chief auditor here, Mr. Guy, with me to provide some additional details on that.
Okay. Mr. Guide?
President Zombor, members of the board, Paul Geib, Chief Auditor. Just a couple of points. I know we've gotten a lot of information already, so I'm not going to spend too much time. But we did have 76 complaints that came through the fraud hotline this past year, which actually equal the record number of complaints. And interestingly enough, of those 76 complaints, 41% of those complaints were reported by MPS staff, which actually was double the percentage from the prior year, which could suggest that staff are more comfortable with reporting some of these concerns. Of those 76 complaints, 66% of them came through the fraud hotline reporting tools, either the phone hotline number or the link that's on the website. 24% of those complaints were reported also through staff referrals departments. Of those 76 complaints, 33 or 44% of those were substantiated allegations or are part of a current ongoing investigation right now. And one thing I wanted to note is that on the heels of RUMP's report, we are working with the RUMP team to actually provide a template to be able to provide to the board to share individual investigative results and dispositions. And the last thing I want to mention outside of that report is that the Audit Advisory Committee did have our first meeting in July. We did elect a vice chair, so President Zombor is the chair of that committee, Andy Holman is the vice chair. We have our next meeting scheduled for September 18th, and we are also working on a tool that's going to be used by the Audit Advisory Committee to be able to report on what their priorities are for actions by the administration and or the board. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do board members have questions or wish to make comments? Director Fonz.
Could you just remind us what the RUMP report was so the public knows?
So Thomas Rump and Associates were tasked with taking a look at several areas, including the district's code of ethics process and communication, as well as the investigative protocols that we follow. And one of their recommendations was that the board be more informed on the results of investigations and the disposition of investigations.
Thank you. Yeah, they presented, I'm trying to think which month they presented on the May. Okay, yeah, they were here in May.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you so much for the updates. Madam Secretary, what is the first item of regular business?
Item 1 is action on monthly personnel matters, action on classified personnel transactions, action on certificated appointments, action on leaves of absence, report on certificated resignations and classified retirements, affirmative action report. The recommendation is that the board approve the promotions, appointments, and leaves as listed in the attachments to the item to be effective upon approval by the board.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zombor, members of the board, Brenda Casselli, Superintendent. The administration requests your approval of the monthly personnel matters as attached in this month's report. I have Carol Eady with me to answer any questions that you have regarding this item.
Okay. Before we go to board member comments, we do have 2 speaker slips for comments. We've got Amy Mizioko and then Ingrid Walker-Henry. If Amy, you want to come up first? Oh, let's make sure the mic is on. Give us one moment, please. Okay.
Amy
Fantastic.
Mizialko, Mizialko, President Domber, members of the board, Superintendent Caselius. Something brief. In 18 days, teachers report to new teacher orientation at North Division. In 25 days, teachers report to their schools. As of July 23rd, we have 6 teaching vacancies at Hartford, 6 teaching vacancies at Milwaukee Sign Language, 6 teaching vacancies at Franklin. This is an emergency. These schools cannot start with 6 teacher vacancies. Please pay attention to the leadership at these schools and the staffing at these schools, asking you for your assistance. Second item, again briefly, is that for a decade, MTEA has gotten regular vacancy lists from administration for all of the job classes that we represent, and we are just asking that that practice continue. It's very important to MTEA that we have everyone from the kitchen up, building service helpers, paraprofessionals, that we are staffed up and ready for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ingrid Walker-Henry.
Good evening, Ingrid Walker-Henry, WALKER-HENRY. The board has before them a list of resignations and retirements. Retention of MPS workers is critical to serving our students. MPS administration continues to make decisions that show they do not care about retaining workers by denying building service helpers access to board-ratified July wellness days for 2 years, by ignoring teachers and forcing them to work for free in the arduous task of unpacking in August by pulling back all of the 2024 agreements MTEA had with MPS, and by implementing new school emergency protocols with no meeting conferred with MTEA. Where does this leave MPS workers? The administration is telling us that collaboration, good faith, and working through issues on a daily basis doesn't matter by action. We need intervention from the board on all of these issues and more right now.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to go to board members. Do any board members wish to make comments or ask questions? No? Director Jackson.
Ms. Walker mentioned the intervention piece. What exactly is it that that I'm not aware of?
Administration? I'm not sure if I caught exactly what the comment. Can you ask
To the
again?
very thing that she spoke of, I'm not aware of. So I'm asking, what is the issue, and just knowing what it is, because I would like to know.
Maybe we can get just a follow-up communication going after the meeting, just to make sure we address the.
Okay.
I guess I'm just not sure what. Is that okay, administration?
Yeah, President Zombor and
Anyone else caught it?
Director Jackson, I will be sure to follow up with Ms. Walker-Henry and Ms. Miziako on their concerns.
Okay. Director Ferguson?
Thank you. My question is, with the school year right on the horizon, about to start, what is our projection for our schools? Do we know how many vacancies on day one we're going to face as a district?
Thank you for that question. Administration? It looks like.
President Zombor, Director Ferguson, the team is working furiously to hire all the teacher classroom positions. As you know, this is a top priority for me. And so I'll turn it over to Ms. Edie, who can speak more specifically on the strategies that they're using currently to ensure that we are doing everything in our power to ensure that there's a caring and competent teacher in every single one of our classrooms.
Thank you. Ms. Edie?
Chair Zomber, Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Carol Edie, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. Currently, as of today, we have about 281 teacher vacancies, and of that number, 155 are in process, leaving 126 positions that we are still recruiting for. And we are still actively recruiting. We are having job fairs. We're out in the community. We're at festivals. We have a lot of events that we had scheduled in the month of July to try to fill those vacancies, and we're going to continue and push forward to ensure that we try to get a teacher in all those positions. So the team is actively out there recruiting and doing the very best they can so that we have teachers in front of our students.
Follow-up?
President Zambor, I also want to add that we are doing an innovative strategy with our MPS employees to turn them into recruiters for us as well. So we put out in our MPS Express and a special bulletin to our MPS employees that they could get a large incentive if they could recruit a licensed teacher to come back to MPS.
Any follow-up, Director Ferguson?
Yes, can you restate those numbers about how many are in queue and then how many we're still recruiting for?
Ms. Edie?
Director Zambor, Director Ferguson, members of the committee, Carol Edie, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. It's 281 total vacancies. 155 are in process, and that leaves 126 that we're still recruiting for.
Follow-up?
Yes, please. For the 155 that we have in process, does that mean that there have been offers made to these individuals? Is there a risk that they won't come to our classrooms? And I'm asking because I'm asking in light of the fact that one of the recommendations that Mr. Hart just made was to give the superintendent a delegated authority to basically do what needs to be done in certain instances. And I'm wondering if the board or if there's policies or anything like that that are currently in place that could basically shoot us in the foot, ourselves in the foot with those 155 that we have currently in the queue.
Administration?
Yes. So, Chair Zomber, Director Ferguson, with those 155, it could be a number of things. They could be either in background check. We could be waiting on information from them to validate that they have the license, their years of experience. There's a number of things with those 155. With the teachers, we can hire teachers. They don't have to come to the board first. So with the appointment list, it's not a holdup for teachers. It's strictly that we're waiting on information, maybe physical, like I said, background check. There could be a number of things that are happening with those 155. So the risk of losing them is probably smaller than when you have appointments that go to the board for approval.
Any other follow-up?
One last follow-up. For the 126 that remain unfilled, that we need to fill, I know the superintendent just mentioned some creative things that she's doing to kind of get this number down some, but can you describe some of the things that we're doing on an emergency basis, maybe, because it clearly is an emergency, to get teachers in those positions?
Ms.
Yeah.
Edie?
Yes, so one of the things, like I said, I stated earlier, that we have done is we've had job fairs here at central office. Our recruiters are out at the different festivals, the community events. I think it was mentioned earlier at Evolve Church. We are trying to hit as many community events as we can to try to encourage people to come and apply and become teachers. So We do posting, advertising. We have done a number of things to try to get the word out, to try to fill those positions.
President Zombor, Director Ferguson, you know, it did come back with Mr. Hart's or Dr. Hart's recommendations around looking at all of the ways that we could do, particular to look at the dashboards and how we're monitoring from application to hire and getting them placed into our buildings. One other strategy is to look at our schools that have high turnover or have been, you know, had high vacancy rates prior, and prioritizing those. They also recommend looking at the cycle A, B, and C and how we're doing that. You know, obviously, we would meet and confer with our MTA colleagues on that. There's just got to be other ways to get early contracts out, get them through. I think in this situation, something that the board could do is look at state statute and policy for our physical. It's expensive. It takes a lot of time for people to schedule their physical. And I think in state law, if I'm correct, I'm still learning Wisconsin state law, it only requires a TB test. And so I would like to find ways in which to streamline that. And that might be something that we could do on an emergency basis, that the physical could come later in policy, besides the state law piece, which I think is TB. Another thing that we could do is apply for fingerprinting here and become a approved location to do our own fingerprinting. Another thing we could do is cover any fees that teachers have, or, you know, to get their license or other fees or transportation barriers, particularly for some of our hourly workers, getting to and from different places to get their certifications or bring those in. So there are other creative ways that I've seen other districts use. I just need the time. I was waiting on this HR audit to see what we actually do, and then work with the team there to come up with new strategies, and then work with our MTA partners on some ideas that they have as well, on how we could strategize some of, you know, better hiring for the upcoming year.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Go ahead.
No.
No?
No, thank
Are
you.
you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. We can always come back to you. Director Reza?
One of the questions that I do have, when it comes to the teachers coming back in August and they're, you know, unpacking because it's such a large load as it is, are they giving enough sufficient days and also being compensated basically for that?
Administration?
They're back during the days, and I'm not sure, Eduardo, what we're doing for that, but we are working with our Family and Community Engagement Office now, because we know we're doing the significant lead work and getting volunteers to come in and help us unpack. Also looking at some other strategies for additional personnel earlier to be able to make sure that the rooms are in order when teachers return. And so I'll let Mr. Galvan talk a little bit more about that. Oh.
We're just turning the mic on.
There we go. President Zombor, Director Reza. So, and you'll hear a little bit more about this later on when Mr. Director Terza gives his report on our lead update. But as we're working through this, it's not every school that's going to be as impacted as every other one. So in those tiers, there are going to be certain schools where there is less work done. What facilities and maintenance has done is shifted. For example, if you're at a school where there's a significant amount of work done, that first tier of schools, my former school, View School, is one of those schools. So instead of having a full engineering staff there during the day where they can't really do a lot of typical work, that staff is moved to another location, and there's still an on-site engineer, someone to make sure the building is operational and things are running as needed. And then those staff will be pulled back to their buildings, and those buildings that got extra support will also have their staff pulled into the other buildings to help set up classrooms, put the furniture back together, do the cleaning as typical. As Dr. Caselius mentioned, though, what we're going to be doing is monitoring those classrooms, those schools where, there's going to be extra support needed. So whether that's the movers, we had GE today, so volunteers, different groups, we've identified different groups through our community partnerships that can come back in and help move things back in. So there are going to be opportunities, as always, every year where teachers come in during that org week. Part of those days are dedicated to PD, but also teacher time during that day. And as we get closer to the start, as we have more updates with our lead, I'm going to say this incorrectly, I'm not supposed to say remediation, our lead work, that we will have to adjust, again, bringing in more support so that the teachers have the support needed. So and what I'm trying to say is we're going to have to wait and see where we may need to have extra time if needed by staff, but that's not every school. So it's going to be school by school, case by case.
Any follow-up, Director Reza?
Just yes, thank you.
Okay.
Because teachers, especially elementary as it is, they have so much to give, and teaching as it is, there's more in there as it is. I just want to make sure that these teachers have enough time to unpack and to, have everything established for when they have the students come in. So there's going to be more communication with them in regards to that, or at least. I just want to make sure in regards.
Yes, again, as we get an update today, and as we move through there's weekly meetings with the company that's doing the work, there will be more of a firmer knowledge of where each building is, and those buildings where there may be a need for more time, we'll certainly identify those.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Director Ferguson, did you have another?
Yes, this
Another
isn't
question?
exactly a follow-up,
Okay.
but I kind of struggled with whether I would ask this question in an open forum, but I will. My concern is that my district, District 4, will a disproportionate amount of those vacancies that we were talking about earlier are going to be in my district. What can we do, and I guess this is an equity question, to ensure that Reagan, for example, and not to single out a particular school, Reagan isn't fully staffed, but North Division is missing 6 teachers. How do we make sure that if the district is going to have these vacancies that are being projected, if we're not really confident that we're going to have 126 positions filled, that they don't disproportionately fall in the areas that need teachers the most?
Administration?
President Zambor, Director Ferguson, Brenda Caselius. As I stated before, it is my goal to have a licensed teacher in every single classroom. We also have licensed teachers at the central office, and we will deploy teachers as we need to deploy teachers to put students first. I'm hoping that we won't have to do that for very long if we do that, but it is my intent that we will have classrooms filled.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, and again, I appreciate that. It doesn't really give me any more assurance, though, that these vacancies won't disproportionately fall in my district. And I care about every district, so I just want to be clear about that. I do, but I just want to make sure that we don't get the short end of the stick in District 4.
Administration?
President Zambor, Director Ferguson, I share your exact same concern. And in the future, I hope to be able to have more equitable practices within the way that we place teachers, the way that we prioritize hiring, the way that we staff. I came to the district late in the cycles that we have. I was appreciative of the HR report that identified some of these items and how we have to adjust our practices. That's going to take working with our union partners in the agreements that we have with them as well around hiring. And so we will continue to work on those solutions with our teachers around how teachers are placed within the district, how they're reassigned, and how we prioritize our schools that are our neediest, schools that serve some of our most vulnerable students. So I can give you a guarantee that I will do that work, but that doesn't mean that I can do that work right now and get those agreements in place. That's going to take some time to get those agreements in place.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Yes. If someone could get me stats on our district, on my district in particular, District 4, on where we are as of today with teacher vacancies for District 4, that would be great. Because if I need to get out here and drum up some teacher support for District 4, I'm happy to do it.
You do need to get out there and drum up some teacher support.
Well, you know what? I'm ready.
We all do.
Let's go.
We all do, yes. That's why we're giving the bonus to all of MPS employees. So I really want to do the call one more time to all of our MPS employees. Go out, talk about the great things that we do here, the wonderful place it is to work. Yes, we have work to do, but be part of something great. And I love working here. I love seeing the teachers and the administrators and everybody, all their service workers, going out in these listening sessions and hearing about the pride in the district. Many people in our schools been there 20, 30 years, dedicated professionals. I think we have work to do also on our compensation side of things, and how we're compensating our years of service and how we retain our teachers. So there's a lot of work that has to be done, and I just am going to need the time to put in place those new strategies and those new agreements.
Thank you. Mind if I go to a couple of, Director Seamson and then Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. Goodness, such a good conversation. So first of all, thank you, Director Risa and Director Ferguson, for bringing up such important points. So first of all, I was wondering if we could just have some data, just going back like the last 2 years, on sort of like at this point in time, how many vacancies we typically face, just so we have a point of reference. I won't go back further than that because COVID and stuff. Second, I was wondering in terms of prioritizing those schools that have high vacancies, and I remember, I know one of my first years on the board, one of my high schools had a very high number of vacancies, and I was like, how are you even functioning? So I think are we prioritizing placing those 155 teachers who are in progress in schools that have the higher number of vacancies? I guess I'd like an answer for that first.
Administration.
Chair Zomber, Director Seamson, Carol Edie, Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. So each school gets the applications. Teachers can apply to what schools they want to, want to teach at. And the principals go through those applications, and they are actually interviewing those candidates for those positions. So in terms of prioritizing, the schools have their autonomy to select who they want to go into their schools. So maybe in the future, that's something we can look at, of how we assign teachers at certain schools, like Director Ferguson indicated, of the schools that have the higher vacancies. So that's something that we can look at in the future.
So even at this point in time in the year, teachers are still going to a school to interview with the principal? Like, I know like during the course of the interview cycle and all of that, that's how it plays out, but like in August, is that still the way it's happening, I guess?
Administration?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then, okay, I guess the other thing I'd like to talk about is just, and I think it was mentioned by one of the leaders from the MTEA, is sort of like, why are certain schools having a higher number of teacher vacancies in them? You know, there can be a fluky year, but if there is a consistent pattern of high vacancies, that we really need to address that. And I think some of it is, you know, school-based, and then some of it is our responsibility too, that we are doing our due diligence to make sure that every school is a desirable place to work and send our children. So I think there's a lot in that conversation to be had. But yeah, if we could get that information about the teacher vacancies, I would appreciate it. And maybe kind of take a look at the month of August and how we're placing staff in the future, because it is sort of, we're at a very critical point right now. Thank you.
Any follow-up, administration, or no? Go to the next question? Okay, Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. Similar to my colleagues, I was just going to ask, and I've asked for the context in the past with, you know, sometimes we get a list of resignations and we're like, okay, you know, how does this compare within, you know, the context of prior years? So I want to thank you for bringing that forward and putting, it just helps us understand more of the trends. But to everybody's point, in August, can we just have, whether I recognize that this is for the people who are hiring, so it's less around, you know, the outstanding vacancies, but if there can be an item that is attached with vacancies and by district, it would just be really helpful for us to understand, so that recognizing that we are a policy-making body, we are not the one, you know, but that does help us inform us about potential policies that we need to consider, so.
Thank you. Administration, any follow-up?
Yeah, President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, I'm really anxious to deal with this problem. I think our students deserve to have a licensed classroom teacher, and you know, at the start of the school year. We just need to get an earlier start, and the way that we do cycle A, B, and C allows for like transfer first, and you know, we get behind. So I think we need to just really talk seriously about early contracts and getting early contracts signed, and then we let the candidates know that they will be placed. And I think this was a practice that was used previously in Milwaukee. So it wouldn't be precedent-setting, to my understanding.
I did want to share, just along the lines of recruiting teachers, I was talking to a dean of a teacher ed program in Seattle, and he told me that they have new teachers that sometimes don't get hired for up to 5 years when they're done with school, and I was floored. And then I was floored when he told me how much their housing prices are. And so I just wanted to raise it, if there's any legislative conversations that could happen with states like that actually do have difficulty placing all of their teachers, to see if there's a way that we can advocate for a reciprocal teacher license, or I think because we want teachers even from other states. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It was a really interesting conversation. I was shocked that they have an abundance of new teacher educators. So just an idea.
A very good idea, President Zambor. And the other item that we can do is go to pre-service institutions and go and have and develop good relationships with U of M Milwaukee, Alverno, other prep programs around Madison, et cetera, and, you know, go and I can speak to the classes early. And so I think that there's things that we can do to develop relationships so that they get introduced to Milwaukee Public Schools. And then I think we can also tell our stories, you know, of the great things happening in District 4, you know, in some of our schools because of past information that maybe is passed around, and then people say, oh, no, I can't work in there, or perceptions of the community or other things, we can talk about how great our schools are, and, so we can do a better job of that as well.
Director Fons?
Yeah, Superintendent, Chair, I know you mentioned that we have certified teachers at central office, but to retention issues, if we assign a home health teacher or a teacher for the blind to a fourth grade teaching position, those teachers are not likely to be retained. We talk about retention all the time, but if we have somebody who's been in the district for 25 years at First Nations, and then we put them in, and I know this happened during COVID, I was in that office, people are not excited about working in something that they've worked many years to attain. So just by allocating a teacher to a position doesn't necessarily mean that we'll retain them.
Administration?
President Zambor, Director Fons, it isn't the first choice. We want to absolutely get a permanent licensed teacher in every single classroom. That's the number one choice. But when you have 30 kiddos in a classroom, we need to cover that classroom. And when we have licensed teachers available, I think it's our responsibility to ensure that those kiddos get a licensed teacher and not a paraprofessional or a safety or parent coordinator or someone else who doesn't have the license or understand. So, and I don't believe that it is a new practice of having folks from central office go into our classrooms, at least for an abbreviated time, until we do get the positions filled, for them to go back. And I think that our teachers willingly want to be part of the team and go in and do that. I'm sure they don't want to do that permanently, but my understanding is that it has been a past practice of, and then an expectation that they will support the schools.
Thank you. Okay, and then at some point, yes, I will let you do a follow-up. At some point, I'm going to cut off because we do have a long list of people who want to actually be hired tonight with this item. So, one more?
Yeah, I mean, I know you keep mentioning a license, but you could have a license to be a plumber, and we send in a carpenter, and they can't do the job. I mean, that's a realistic outcome, that we will lose people that we actually have worked in the district for many years. And I think we're seeing that at central office with the latest reallocation and the desire that people are reapplying for their jobs.
Thank you. Okay, with that, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of administration's recommendation with regards to the promotions, appointments, and leaves as listed in the attachments, and request that in the August board cycle, we get an update on outstanding vacancies by district.
Do we have a second? Director Reza. Seconded by Director Reza. If there's no further discussion, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration and requests that in August we get a report on the hiring statistics per district. Outstanding vacancies per district. Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon. Aye. Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 2 is action on approval of a job description for Chief Advisor. The recommendation is that the board approve the job description as attached.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zomber and members of the board, Brenda Caselli, Superintendent, in alignment with the board-approved organizational chart for FY26, the administration is submitting the attached job description for the Chief Advisor for your approval. We ask the board's approval for this job description.
Madam Secretary, do we have any members of the public who wish to make comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Seamson? Oh, I think your mic might be off.
I move approval of the item.
Do we have a second? Vice President Herndon.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Simpson's motion to approve the recommendations of administration, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Franz,
Aye.
Director Herndon, Director Jackson,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza, Director Simpson,
Aye.
and President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 3 is action to recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications, salary increases, decreases, and limited term employment contracts exceeding 60 days. The recommendation is that the board approve the promotions, appointments, leaves, and limited term employment contracts as listed in the attachments to this item to be effective upon approval by the board.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Casali is superintendent. The administration requests your approval of the recommendations for appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications, as well as salary increases or decreases in LTE employment as attached. Additionally, we'd like to recognize and thank the Office of Board Governance for working with us as we continue to update the list to help ensure we were able to fill as many positions as possible before the start of the school year. I have with me Carol Eady to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do any members of the public wish to make comments?
We do not have any speaker slips.
Board members? Director Jackson?
She's going to do rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, wait, no,
Halloran?
you said Director Jackson.
Okay, Director,
No
I think he's
problem.
passing it to you. Okay.
So, just for the record, I'm all about promotions, appointments, and everything, because people don't just deserve it, they earn it. And that's where I'm going with this, those who've earned it. So we talk about a space of equity, and we know salary has always been a space of inequity, where we have individuals in the same roles, but here it is, the one with the least amount of education, least amount of credentials, who's making the most with the one who has the credentials, the background education, things of that nature. So what I would like to know, or just moving forward, better yet, in making this decision, how do we request more clarity in regarding these type of appointments? Because what it does, it divides offices, it divides space, it causes tension. So with these promotions, better clarity and understanding, how do we weight it? How do we put that evaluation or whatever matrix do we put? Because I believe in, once again, I don't give people what they deserve. We should give people what they've earned. And those who've earned that space, with having going the extra mile with the certification, with the licensure, and things of that nature, opposed to someone else, is completely unfair. And that is another way we will lose great talent in this space. So I want to retain the talent that we do have, and doing that and being, once again, equitable in this space right here. So once again, this is my echo. How do we measure that space of having individuals in this role who've earned the pay that they deserve to be in their respective roles?
Administration, any follow-up?
President Zomber, Director Jackson, thank you for that question. I do think this is also something that was brought up in the HR report, and that is about compensation and equity around compensation. I believe that we will need to engage in a compensation study, not just for high-level positions, but really for all positions within the district. And so that can be quite expensive to do, but I think it's a necessary piece that we need to do in the future.
And just to add on that, I believe the district did a compensation study, but I don't know that it was for all of the positions. And so maybe not all of it would need to be redone, just some of it. So any other comments or questions? Director O'Halloran?
Thank you. Do we anticipate, there's so many like principals and vice principals, it's great to see. Do we anticipate starting the school year with any schools that don't have an administrator in place?
Administration.
President Zomber, Director O'Halloran, no, we don't have any vacancies right now for principals and assistant principal positions that I'm aware of. Now, we don't anticipate that we will have that.
Okay.
Okay, any follow-up?
I did want to note, I see on here a name for the MPS Foundation, so I assume, I know it says MPS Foundations, and it's in the Office of Chief of Family and Community and Partnership, and so am I to understand then we have a new leader in place in the foundation as of whenever we approve this? Okay.
It sounds like a yes.
President Zambor and Director O'Halloran, yes, I was able to meet her, but I don't know her actual start date.
Okay. Thank you. Any other follow-up? Director Ferguson.
Thank you. I think we do need to do a compensation study because, we're doing it, but some of these salaries seem very inflated. And I'm being so honest. I'm in the private sector. I deal with salaries every day. And I think we should, as a district, do a compensation study to make sure that we're being responsible stewards of the finances that we do have, especially in a situation where we're cutting everywhere. So that's all.
Thank you. You want to follow? No, okay. Any other comments or questions? Director O'Halloran.
Oh, I was just going to move approval of the administration's recommendations with regards to promotions, appointments, leaves, and LTE contracts as listed in the attachments to this item.
Do we have a second?
I
Director
second.
Reza? Okay. If there's no further discussion, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration with regards to recommended administrative appointments, promotions, reassignments, and reclassifications as listed in the attachment. Director Ferguson.
Abstain.
Director Franz.
No.
Director Herndon. Director Jackson.
Abstain.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That is 5 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Director O'Halloran, would you like to do the honors?
Yes. As is our tradition, we just want to thank all of the candidates who are newly hired or receiving a promotion today. Thank you for coming to serve our students, staff, and community. And thank you for your patience through this very lengthy discussion tonight. Go forth and do great things.
Okay. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam President, item 4 is action on a request to approve the revised 25-26 district-wide school calendar. The recommendation is that the board approve the revised 25-26 district-wide school calendar as presented in the attachment.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Caselli, Superintendent, we are seeking your approval of revisions of the FY26 school calendar originally approved by the board in November 2024. As you know, the board has set important goals around literacy, and we remain committed to meeting the state mandate under Act 20. Our shared objective is to enhance literacy and proficiency for all of our students. Since the calendar's approval, the administration has collaborated closely with stakeholders to expand professional development opportunities available to staff during the day. As a result, we have scheduled 4 half-day professional development sessions for staff. On these days, October 8, December 10, March 4, and April 16th, students will attend school for a half-day in the AM, and staff will participate in professional development in the PM. I'm joined today by Carol Eady and Jennifer Mims-Howell, who are available to assist with any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I do want to just say one other thing, is that I realize that this is late for our parents and disruptive for their schedules, and it was a really hard decision to make to bring it forward, these adjustments. But again, every time I come, we have 90% of our students who aren't reading, and teachers have to have the time to be able to do this really important work, and we need to value their time, and it needs to be paid time. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have any speaker slips on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Do members of the board wish to make comments or ask questions? Director O'Halloran.
I did just have one concern that was raised by parents, just that ending the school year on a Monday for students is, I don't know, anticlimactic. I don't know what it's going to do to attendance that day. Has there been any discussion around that concern? I really don't know what options there are, so I'm not here to suggest a solution, but just wanted to see if this was something you all had discussed and considered.
Administration.
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, we did discuss it, and it was brought up at the listening sessions. I think parents are also feeling like that's not wise. I think we'll look at that in the next calendar year. Sometimes we can't help how the days fall, and but we will be mindful of it next year, and we will be much more timely next year on our calendar.
Let's hope we don't have snow days that will make it not a Monday. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Seamson?
I move approval of this item.
A second?
I second.
Director Reza seconds. If there's no further discussion, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Seamson's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon. Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
And President Zambor.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 5 is action on monthly finance matters, report on change orders in excess of $25,000, acceptance of the report on revenues and expenditures, report on contracts under $50,000, and cumulative total report, report on monthly grant awards and acceptance of donations. The recommendation is that the board accept the donations as listed in the attachments with appropriate acknowledgement to be made on behalf of the board.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Casalia, Superintendent, for this item, the administration is requesting your approval of the monthly finance matters. Janine Adamczyk is here with me to address any questions you may have regarding this item.
Do members of the board wish to make comments or ask questions? Well, it is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item. Director Jackson.
I move that we approve administrative recommendation for the action on the monthly finance matters and a report of change orders in excess of $25,000, and et cetera.
Do we have a second? I second. Director Reza seconds. If there's no further discussion, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Jackson's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Aye.
Director Herndon. Aye. Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
And President Zambor.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 6 is action on the award of exception to bid contracts. The recommendation is that the board authorize the exception to bid contracts as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Casalia, Superintendent, we are asking your approval of this month's exception to bid contracts. Janine Adamczyk is here with me to assist with any questions you might have regarding this item.
Do members of the board wish to make comments or ask questions? Mr. Chason?
Thank you, Chair Zambor. Matt Chason, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. It's my understanding that the county transit system does not give us a discount with respect to bus passes that we purchase. That was the historical practice. I was inquiring as to whether or not that is still current practice.
Administration?
President Zambor, members of the board, Mr. Chason, Janina Adamczyk, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. That, unfortunately, I believe, is still the practice. So the amount is the amount.
Put that on my thing.
Any follow-up, Mr. Chason?
List
No.
of things to do.
And, yeah, and I think with everything the county transportation system has been going through with the budget challenges, I think maybe there's more room for conversations and collaboration there that would be mutually beneficial.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions? Okay, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director Jackson.
Absolutely. I move to approve administration's recommendation on action to award the exception to bid contracts.
Okay. Do we have a second? Director Reza seconds. It'll make it easy for whoever does the minutes. There being no further discussion, will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director Jackson's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration with regards to exception to bid contracts, Director Ferguson.
Aye.
Director Fons.
Present.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Seamson.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes and 1 present. The motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 7 is action on the award of professional services contracts. The recommendation is that the board authorize the professional services contracts as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor and members of the board, Brenda Caselli, Superintendent. This evening, we're asking your approval of the professional services contracts before you. Janina Domchek is here with me and is here to assist with any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have, it looks like we might have a speaker slip on this item. Mr. Quentin Claybon, you can come up. Mr. Claybon's just walking to the microphone. Okay, and do we have the microphone on and
Hello?
the timer set? Perfect. Okay.
Hi, Quentin Claybon, Klabon. I hope you can permit 10 seconds of off topic. I didn't realize that the calendar adjustment was to squeeze in more letters training. So to the extent that the board and superintendent and Milwaukee Teachers Education Association collaborate on that, I'm incredibly grateful, and I think that'll be wonderful for kids. Yeah, so on this, it looks like we'll spend $4 million per year on Imagine Learning for Milwaukee Virtual School. I want to repeat 2 finance questions now that the school year approaches. 1, could you estimate the current July enrollment for the school so the board can know cost per student? 2, it looks like the payment is prorated based on services provided. Is it? I also had 2 questions on quality. For those of you who do not know, online schools, whether district charter schools or private schools, vary widely in quality in Wisconsin. Some provide fabulous instruction to medically fragile, rural, or bullied students, or provide courses they could not get at their in-person school. But some are our state's lowest performers. The students are left to their own devices. At best, their parents do all the instructional work, homeschooling in all but name. At worst, students watch a trove of asynchronous videos and stumble through their education. The school, or in this case, private company, either uses the money to spend $25,000 per student inefficiently for individual attention, or pockets it and calls it a day. So 1, is there a way for the board to know how many hours of live instruction or tutoring students use per grade this year? 1 hour a week, 25 hours a week, is that tracked? A lot of these families want flexibility, so I'm not suggesting it should be all day, but students being fully asynchronous is probably bad and a ripoff. 2, the website is a little unclear. It says all students need a parent learning coach, but then it says an adult in the home is expected to serve as a learning coach for children in K-5 through 5th grade. So do parents act as learning coaches for 6th through 12th grade students as well, or are those students fully independent to lead their own education, turn in homework, and respond to emails at that point? So thank you so much. It was July enrollment, if it's prorated, and then basically how the parent side-by-side help works for students. Thanks.
Thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions?
He asked it.
Any questions, comments? Director O'Halloran?
I would just ask that if the administration isn't able to answer some of these questions tonight, then can this come back through SASE perhaps for a longer discussion? I know, maybe it's SASE, I don't know. I'm not sure which committee it would go to, but I believe we have discussed it in the past. I think it was brought through when we were considering making it more from a program into its own school. So I know some of the answers maybe already are there. But I would be interested, and also given that we have a new superintendent, just, maybe provide a vision for this program and how this fits within the portfolio of other offerings in the system. So I don't know.
Would administration like to comment without getting too far off the contract?
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, I think I said this in my interview, that I'm not a super fan of online schools. And I think that the questions that the commenter had are valid questions and something that I plan to really look at as we unpack online schools and the offerings. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I do have a quick question just to follow up about the contract around if it would be prorated. Would administration just be able to talk, is that an option in this contract, that it can be prorated based on usage? And we could.
Adam Check is looking that up in the contract right now, just speaking for airtime.
Yeah. Ms. Adamczyk?
President Zambor, members of the board, Janine Adamczyk, Director of Procurement and Risk Management. We are billed per rate as per services are delivered. So whatever work is done, that is what we are billed, and it is then verified by the sponsoring department before any invoice is processed for payment.
All right. I don't have any follow-up. Okay, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Vice President Herndon?
I move that we not approve this item at this time and that we could return it to committee.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are you talking about just the contract, all the contracts, or just which contract are you referring to?
This specific item.
The entire item?
Mm-hmm.
Good, well, because there's also, because we're on the exception to bid, I just want to make sure you're aware of all the other contracts on here, because it even has like MATC on here.
No, then.
Oh, I'm sorry, professional services.
Professional
I'm sorry, I'm
services.
looking, I got the wrong one on here.
I'm talking about this one that we're discussing on the virtual schools, which is, and I have
see
it
what the
right
name
here
is.
in front of me. Imagine Learning.
Okay, Imagine Learning LLC. So is your motion
For Imagine Learning, I'm sorry.
to approve everything other than Imagine Learning?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second? Director Reza seconds. Yeah, and we'll go to questions if that's okay. Director Seamson?
Yeah, I just have a question. So without this contract, can that school function this fall? Because we have families who are depending on that
Administration.
school to be up and running?
Yeah, excuse me, President Zambor, members of the board. Again, we were a virtual program, so we transitioned to a virtual school. Imagine Learning is what we had been using with the virtual program. The feedback had been positive. So again, it is, as Mr. Domchek, we pay for what we use in terms of the service, but we do need this for our students who are currently enrolled. And I do believe at this point, we are at about 750 students enrolled in that program already. And they're taking applications every day. So this is a contract that we, in order for our students to have that service, which they have agreed and signed up for, that is something that's quite important for their educational services to proceed.
Director Seamson?
Can I make a substitute motion?
I think we have to dispense
do we have
of the
to
There's
first
a motion on the floor, so we have to
So we
vote on
can't do
that
a
one.
substitute, okay.
Are there other, yes, Director Ferguson?
Just so that I'm clear, so if with the motion that's currently on the floor, so if we don't approve of Imagine Learning's contract tonight, they will not be able to operate. Is that?
President Zambor, Director Ferguson, members of the board, again, this is the program that has been used in that school, so we need to have this in place with enough time so that everybody can be programmed in, scheduled in, so that they can have their education beginning day one. I would also like to just back up as when we approved the transition from a program to a school, again, that was based upon a feedback that this was an option that our families wanted. When it was presented to the board, there was also not just the educational value, but some of the monetary value, because our students, and I believe Mr. Chasen and others presented that this would positively impact our district, because those students that are already taking advantage of this in other online schools are leaving our district. They are Milwaukee kids, so this is an opportunity for us not only to serve our Milwaukee students, but students from other part of the state, that may want to join us, as our program has shown that it is, again, a popular choice for some of our students.
Administration, Dr. Caselius.
President Zambor, Director Herndon, and other board members, my philosophy of education is one that is based on relationships and supporting students in the classroom, and I can't change everything in the district at one time. And I understand that there are choices that have been made by our families and by the school district in terms of online learning. What I can do, though, is work toward having excellent programming in all of our schools, including online school. And so I think that I wouldn't have brought this forward if I didn't support it going forward, so I don't want to misconstrue that I don't support the item. So I want to make sure you know that I support my team and I support the students and families who have chosen this option, but I also agree that we have to ensure that it is high quality and that it is of value for us, and not money that is not well used, that produces results for our students or leaves them to their own devices. So I just wanted to clarify and make sure that you understood that I would not have brought this item if I did not support currently the passage of this program.
Thank you. Director Stevenson.
Again, thank you so much. I don't know if this came through SASE for approval. I really don't remember, but I remember the conversation around it, and some of it was also, I guess I'm going back to families who have, a preference. We give school choice all the time, and where I might not be a proponent of online learning, it might really fit a family's need or a student's need. And I remember that when we had the conversation about it becoming a school, I believe we were talking about even like recreation, sporting opportunities for students, that it wasn't just online, but they had other opportunities, that kids who do attend a school were also able to participate in. And I would love to have this come back for discussion at SASE, where we can get an update on the school and just hear a little bit more about it. But I also would feel really terrible tonight if we didn't honor the choice that families have already made to attend that school this fall.
Mr. Chasen.
Thank you, Chair Zambor. So this item brought forward by the administration is 100% consistent with the board action that was taken in January to approve the virtual program. I'll also note that this board has a better opportunity to monitor the progress of students in a virtual program, because in conjunction with DPI, this school now has its own DPI tracking center. It's its own location for accountability and state report card purposes, whereas previously this was all blended under, I believe it was Obama. So to the effect that this is consistent with what the board approved in January, and secondly, it provides better sight of the student outcomes. Both would be hinged on adoption of this item this evening.
Thank you. And I'll just add it, oh,
No, just a question.
Okay.
This is one.
Director Jackson?
Yeah, known as MVP, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep. I think just in terms of the Imagine Learning contract, I mean, I would have a hard time not, and this contract's supposed to start tomorrow, so I would have a hard time telling MVP, sorry, you don't have the appropriate technology that you need. We made a commitment to those families, but I would be interested, maybe 6 months down the road, when school starts, learning more about Imagine Learning maybe in the AFP committee, so that we can get a better update about the technology, and then that way there's plenty of time for any renewal to actually have a good conversation about, is this the best program? And I think that would give us more time. And then in the future, we should try to align these conversations more in advance of when the contracts need to start, when possible, so that we have more wiggle room. Okay, and we have a motion on the floor. Director Herndon.
Madam Chair, I'm willing to withdraw my motion in order to let this go forward. My objective was for us to have time to review it and resolve the questions, not that I was totally against it. But if that's the case and the board is in agreement, I would withdraw my motion.
Okay. Motion withdrawn by Vice President Herndon. Thank you. With that, what is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran.
I move approval of administration's recommendation with regards to the professional services contracts as attached.
Okay. Do we have a second? Director Jackson.
Second.
Okay. Will the secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director Jackson,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 8 is action on the request to waive Administrative Policy 3.09, Parent 9, Parent E. The recommendation is that the board waive Administrative Policy 3.09 and authorize the professional services contracts as set forth in the attachments to this item.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zombor and members of the board, Brenda Casale as superintendent. This evening, we ask your approval to waive Administrative Policy 3.099E and issue the contracts for Prairie Farms Dairy, Inc., Alpha Baking Company, Inc., and Press Sense Films, LLC. I have with me Janine Adamczyk to address any questions you may have regarding these items.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on the item? Any speaker slips?
We do not.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board? Director Ferguson.
I move approval.
Okay, do we have a second? Director Seamson, seconds. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director Jackson,
Aye.
Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza,
Aye.
Director Seamson,
Aye.
and President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 9 is action on monthly facilities matters, FMS award of professional services contracts, material purchase, contract modification, report of exception to bid purchase and contracts, report of emergency contracts, and change order notification recommendation. The recommendation is that the board approve the attached professional services contracts, material purchase, contract modification, report of exception to bid purchase and contracts, report of emergency contracts, and change order notification.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zombor and members of the board, Brenda Casale as superintendent. We are asking your approval of this month's facilities matters before you as they pertain to construction and professional service contracts. I have with me here Michelle Lenski and Mr. Mike Terza to address any questions you have concerning these items.
Do board members have any questions? Director O'Halloran.
My question is on the green schools for the cohort and how in the design phase we are going to engage our neighbors in the process. There was some concern about one of the schools kind of at a later stage, and so I was hoping that we can get ahead of that. And I actually asked if we can use the e-notify system. I know we talk with our families a lot, but maybe the neighbors, despite the 5 outreach items or attempts, sometimes you need that 6th. So can you speak more to when we approve this, because I'm so excited about this, how do we engage our neighbors in these discussions, please?
Administration.
President Zombor, Director O'Halloran, members of the board. So this contract, we're starting into the design phase. So this is where we're going to start to see a lot of the details come to life. There has already been some community engagement with the schools during the prior years, year that they've been engaging with reflow. So I think based on our experience this past summer, there will be other opportunities where we can share those designs in a more meaningful way as we present them at maybe design intervals. So we already, as a department, use e-notify, so it should not be a new process for us. We'll just insert it and use it at this time.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Any other comments? Director Jackson.
Yes, 2 contracts in particular dealing with Securitas Security. Have we always used their service in the past? And if so, have our safety team been a part of that discussion, considering they are the experts in this space of providing that service to our schools? And secondly, with Zenego, with the change order, anything dealing with construction, a high cost always come on the back end with change orders. So I want to know, with that being a little bit over $240,000, what was the initial price of our negotiation with Zenego before the change order came into place?
Administration.
President Zombor, Director Jackson, members of the board, we have been under contract with Securitas for services for several years. We are working with the new manager of emergency, so to rearrange and modify those services. So at this time, we are working with them, and based on discussions with them, it was determined that we should continue with their services in lieu of entering into a request for proposal and getting new contractors on board. In regards to Zenego, I do not have the original contract information with me. However, if you are interested, I can definitely get you that information.
Yes, yes, I am.
Any follow-up? Any follow-up? Director Ferguson, do you have a question?
Thank you. What services do Securitas provide to the district?
Director, President Zombor, Director, and members of the board, Securitas provides 2 types of services. The one service that they provide is monitoring services. So they have a call center that receives signals from the alarm systems within our facilities. So they receive that signal that comes from our alarm system, and then they notify the district of the issue. We do have protocols in place that establish who to contact. So based on the type of alarm, they will also potentially dispatch Securitas for guard response services. So that's where they will be asked to dispatch someone to physically go to the building and investigate.
Any follow-up? No. Director Jackson, did you have any follow-up?
No, I just would like to know that actual figure.
Okay.
From previous.
Okay. Mr. Chasen?
Thank you, Chair Zombor. Matt Chasen, Office of Accountability and Efficiency. There's a contract in one of the attachments listed on this item for a Concord group. My understanding is that there should be a student engagement requirement listed. It's currently at 0. In addition, a career education requirement that's currently at 0. Both are in support of Administrative Policy 310, where the board has issued its commitment to student engagement to help students further educate themselves through work activities, professional experiences, and job opportunities. I only mentioned that for the new board members after the last election. So I cannot make a motion, but if a board member were to make a motion to approve the balance of the contracts and to insert the requirements of student employment for 600 paid hours per contract year, and for career education for 10 hours per contract year, I think that would allow all the items to move forward, and we wouldn't have to do any other sort of razzle-dazzle in a later meeting. And I can share this information with the Office of Board Governance to help facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Sounds like Director Simpson.
So I will not attempt in any way to repeat with what Mr. Chasen just said, but I would motion to do exactly what he stated in the record.
Do we have a second? Or do you want to read the motion so that we know what we're
Yes,
seconding?
please. Yes, please.
And clarify?
I believe it would be to approve the recommendations of the administration with the addition to the Concord Group's contract of the student employment for 600 hours per contract years and the career education requirement of 10 hours per contract year.
That is exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
Well done.
Do we have a second? Director Jackson.
I second.
Okay. Seconded by Director Jackson. Madam Secretary, with there being no further discussion, may you please call the roll?
On Director Simpson's motion to approve the recommendations of the administration with the addition to the Concord Group owners contract of the student employment for 600 hours per contract year and the career education requirement of 10 hours per contract year. Director Ferguson. Director Fonz.
Aye.
Director Herndon.
Aye.
Director Jackson.
Aye.
Director O'Halloran.
Aye.
Director Reza.
Aye.
Director Simpson.
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 10 is action on amendments to Board Rules 2.05 and 2.10 relative to the charges of certain committees of the board. The recommendation is that the board adopt the proposed modifications to the board's rules as attached.
Would the Office of Board Governance please present the item?
Madam President, Tina Owen Moore, Office of Board Governance. This item is reference to the board changes that were requested earlier in the year with regards to the FACE Committee, what is now the FACE Committee, and SASE. So it moves some of those items that had like special education services that were going to now move to SASE into that per our policy, and addresses the FACE Committee's makeup and the charge of that committee as addressing more of the family and community engagement and giving it the flexibility to have the different formats as the chair directs. If there are questions, I can answer those as well.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public on this, or
We do
questions?
not.
Okay, speakers. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Okay. Dr. Ferguson? Do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question, but I would like time before we vote on this to review this recommendation more thoroughly.
Are you making a motion
Yeah.
to hold this item?
Yes.
Okay, how long would you like to hold it? To the next
Yeah, to the
cycle?
next, yeah.
Okay.
Potentially to LRP maybe, since it's policy change?
Sure, yeah.
Do we have a second? Director Jackson, seconds?
Yes, I'm fair
Okay.
with that.
Okay, any other comments? Oh, no, I'm sorry, we have to, no, any comments, questions? Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to hold this item over to the LRP committee meeting, Director Ferguson,
Aye.
Director Fons,
Aye.
Director Herndon,
Aye.
Director Jackson, Director O'Halloran,
Aye.
Director Reza, Director Simpson,
Aye.
and President Zomber.
Aye.
That's eight ayes, the motion passes.
Okay, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 11 is report with possible action on the MPS-led action plan. This is an informational item, although it is noticed for possible action, no action is required.
Would the administration please present the item?
President Zambor, members of the board, Brenda Casellia, Superintendent. In accordance with Resolution 2526R-001, Lead Safety, we are sharing our monthly update this evening. I am joined by Mr. Mike Terza, Facilities Maintenance LTE, and Interim Chief Operations Officer to share our update. Following, we'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Terza?
President Zambor, members of the board, this is our second lead action plan report. The first one was in June of this year, and so we're giving you an update to the status of it. The 5 priorities of success. Obviously, safe schools fits all of those priorities, so we meet the particular 5 priorities of success. Also, this clearly is a special project because...
Excuse me, 1 second. I think, are we pulling up the attached PowerPoint just so that people who are listening along can? I think there's an attachment. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
Okay. And this obviously fits with the strategic plan and the fact that it is a special project. The lead action plan report will look at various items. We'll do a current progress of our activities, project management, kind of tell you how we're going about doing the work, an item on decluttering, testing and training, and also an item on water safety and soil testing as part of the report. To date, we have completed 9 schools. They have passed the Milwaukee Health Department's test for allowing students into the school. Those schools are listed in the report. The next phase, which includes 14 schools, are the ones that we are currently doing. Those are the schools that were the most difficult, the ones that required the most work to do, the ones that are in areas that have the highest propensity of lead in the community. And so that is the reason why they were chosen to be the first ones. At this time, our lead stabilization process is complete, and we're in the process of cleaning it up. And we hope that the Milwaukee Health Department will give us clearances sometime in August. One of the things that we did happen to obtain from the Milwaukee Health Department and the state's Department of Human Services was that they gave us an amendment to the statute that said that we can use a third-party tester to do this because they just did not have the capacity to do all the testing for us, and so we were granted that amendment. Completing these schools was a very extensive process. As anybody knows who has done any remodeling work, you always find trouble as soon as you start getting into the walls. And I will tell you that in these schools, almost every area was needed to be lead stabilized, just about. They were that bad. It caused us to be about 2 weeks behind schedule. And I'll get into how we're going to make up those 2 weeks in the next part of the report. But I have to tell you that just everywhere we looked, there was going to be some lead. The windows, the seats in the auditoriums, all throughout the schools. But we did it. We took every part of that school, and right now those schools are beautiful. I will tell you that right now. We've walked through them, and they absolutely are beautiful. Initially, the plan was that we were just going to touch up the areas that we were doing, but with the extensiveness of the whole lead stabilization process, we basically painted the school corner to corner, and so it almost has a total paint job. So we're very proud of those schools. I think they're going to be wonderful. There was, as I said, significant, what I call aesthetic painting, and that was painting that I described that went from corner to corner. On phases 2 and 3, and I'll get to that later, we're not going to be able to do that. And so I just wanted to let the board know right away. Phase 2, which has 18 schools, as we are in the process of doing the site preparation work, which is the taping and the covering of the school, all the various desks and things like that. And our lead stabilization process is in, our lead stabilization work is in process. We actually took a look at the schedule, and we decided to kind of put more schools into this phase to ensure that they are going to get done for the start of the school year in September. Again, we expect to have Milwaukee Health Department clearance sometime in mid-August. So as you can see, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to the end here. The last phase, the phase 3, which has 9 schools, we are in the site preparation work. Those schools are located, the classrooms in those schools are located in additions or annexes that were built post-1978 and would require minimal lead stabilization work. So we believe that we might be able to, if we don't meet the start of the school timeline, that we would be able to house those students in their classroom and then continue to do the work on the areas, maybe even after the school has gone into session, doing the work in the evening or on the weekends or something to the effect that way. In no way would the health or the safety of the students be impacted, but it does give us an opportunity to get that school open so we would not have to actually move students to an off-site or do anything like that. Again, we're expecting clearance for those schools to be in late August. Hopefully we'll beat this because we did take surveys of all these buildings and the actual work is quite minimal. So we're hoping to catch up quite quickly on these sites and still be able to complete them in time. With regard to project management, JCP is still our contractor for this. When they started off, they anticipated having about 150 painters. That's kind of how we built the schedule. But over the course of the initial couple of weeks, given the fact that the conditions that were in the schools that the painters had to work under, we lost about 30 painters who just left. The conditions were really difficult. You remember in early July, the temperatures were 96 with humidity of 90% or whatever. Those schools, we had to shut the ventilation systems off. We couldn't open windows and things like that. And so that caused some people to say, I just don't want to do this anymore. And so we did lose 30 painters for that. In order to get us back on track, JCP went and got some painting companies from Illinois, an Independence Painting. And there was some concern that they did not have the proper workman's comp certificates or that they did not have the necessary certified painters and the like. We made sure that they did. The certificates for the workman's comp was just a matter of getting them cleared with the state. That happened fairly quickly, but in no time were they painting without the oversight of a certified lead stabilization person, nor people from the DHS who were on site all the time. Currently, we have 172 painters on site. We do sometimes get questions about, people see workers and things like that as they're going on, and we get a call that says, they see workers maybe standing around or doing that. Well, they do get breaks, and given the conditions, they probably received more breaks than they normally would get for that. We do have our own staff on site all the time monitoring it. I want to make sure people understand that. And so we are confident that the work is being done in accordance with our contract and in accordance with all the necessary regulations that apply to this. Talked a little bit about some changes to scope. We have talked about those that are in Schedule C, Phase C, that we're only going to be doing the work that is needed, and only those areas that is going to be accessed in those schools by both students and staffs are we going to do. Those are primarily stairwells, corridors, and those areas will only receive basic touch-up work. We will go back later on and complete it, but in order to get there on time, we will only have to do touch-up work. And I kind of want to explain a little bit about what touch-up work is. It's not just slapping a little piece of paint. We'll try to do the best match we can with the paint. It won't look totally right, but it won't look terrible either. One of the things I do want to make sure that the board and the public knows, and particularly in all schools, we are not going to be doing the auditoriums. Okay, the auditoriums present a unique problem for us. The ceilings are high, require some extensive scaffolding, and we received from the Milwaukee Health Department that the paint is a low risk to students because it's high. They're not going to be able to peel it off or to do anything like that. But what we are going to have to do, and we will do that, is anytime before its use, to do thorough cleaning, HEPA vacuuming to make sure there's no loose dust or chips or anything that could be around the students. So given all of our changes that we've made, our goal remains that all schools serving elementary students and built prior to 1950 will be cleared by the Milwaukee Health Department by the start of the school year. We're still confidently optimistic to do that with the changes that we have made. Just a quick note on the decluttering efforts we had. We have gone through all of the pre-1950 buildings, phases A, B, and C, and have removed over 567,000 pounds of material and over 62,000 pounds that were recycled. So it's a lot of stuff. And I do have to make a note to you that those schools that did a really great job, we went through a lot faster than those schools that didn't do such a good job. So we have a lesson that I think we learned there. All other schools were still in the process of decluttering, those that aren't involved in the lead stabilization project, and that's going to be happening over the course of it's been happening over the course of the summer and will continue through August. We continue to do testing of our students, and in partnership with the Milwaukee Health Department, Children's Hospital, Novir, and the Coalition on Lead Emergency, we conducted 2 clinics this month, one at North Division on July 23rd. 7 students were tested at that one, and one at South Division at July 29th, 2025, in which there were 41 students. In both cases, no student had to go and have a venous test done because they registered high lead levels. We are also working with the Milwaukee Health Department to build a webinar so that we can use that to train our staff on lead safety in the schools, and so that a teacher, or an engineer, food service worker could go on the webinar, understand the hazards of lead, how to recognize it, how to take care of it. And so that was a requirement of the lead action plan, and we hope to have that in place by the start of the school year on September 1. With regard to water safety, preparations are underway to meet the EPA standards of 5 parts per billion by 2027. We have a collaboration with the Milwaukee Health Department's Milwaukee Water Works to implement their lead and copper rule improvements by 2026. And what that means is that in 2026 and thereafter, the Milwaukee Water Works has to test 20% of our schools for lead levels. We are already doing that. We already meet the 5 parts per billion for all of our drinking fountains and bottle fillers, but they will be taking samples of all the type of water that come in and out, come into our schools. So that's the water that it comes from non-drinking fountains and bottle fillers. So we have a task to do as well. In the meantime, we are posting clear and age-appropriate signage indicating that water should not be used for drinking if it's not in the drinking fountains and bottle fillers. We are also installing, though, 560 filters in kitchens, nurses' offices, teachers' lounges, culinary arts classroom, and parent centers to help us meet this requirement. And we received the funding for doing that because if you remember in the last report, we received a very generous donation of filters from Zircon, LK Zircon, and we were able to take those funds and put it towards buying additional filters to do that. And obviously, whenever we need to replace filters, we will do that quite promptly. Finally, soil testing. The Milwaukee Health Department and Department of Natural Resources have just begun soil testing at Golda Meir. We don't have any information about that, but I thought it would be something the board should know about. When soil testing is kind of unique because it's the DNR that takes ownership and lead on that. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm gonna go, we do have one speaker slip, so I'll go to public comments first, Ingrid Walker-Henry, and then after that, we'll go to board member comments or questions. Okay.
Good evening, Ingrid Walker-Henry, Milwaukee Teachers Education Association, last name spelled WALKER-HENRY. In May, during Meet and Confer, MTEA brought lead stabilization concerns and questions along with the demand to actively meet and confer over lead stabilization work. MPS administration has not responded to us despite the work impacting 5,700 members and the students that they work with. Because the administration has not responded to our inquiries from May, I'll ask the following questions for a response this evening. MPS must share lead testing results they use to clear and mark schools as safe. MPS, as the client of JCP General Contractor for its lead abatement work, has the right to request certification documentation. Has the person at MPS in charge of overseeing the contract with JCP made that ask? If not, why not? What vetting process did MPS employ to ensure that the contractors being considered for this work were well qualified? Was the designated person in charge of buildings for MPS informed that out-of-town contractors were not certified to do lead abatement in the state of Wisconsin? Why are there multiple companies performing this work under this company? Is it because there may be wage fraud taking place through the misclassification of workers? Has MPS been provided with a list of every single employee doing lead abatement through a certified payroll? Was this an open bid or through invite only? Are there any conflict of interest relationships between JCP and any of the contractors doing lead abatement? Who in MPS is charged with holding JCP to account to ensure student and worker safety? And a statement. When a school is considered cleared for lead, the lead is still present, and without proper work practice and oversight by MPS, lead exposures will continue to occur. You have a copy of those questions, and I look forward to hearing responses.
Okay, thank you. Do board members wish to make comments or ask questions? Director Jackson.
Yeah, excuse me, yes. So I can appreciate the report, the thoroughness of it, to get into it. So thank you for that. And I don't know if you're able to answer this question, but even just dealing with the city as far as just dealing, so we're taking care of what we need to take care of inside, dealing with the lead, but are the city, can they take care of the lead laterals in the streets? Because we have 2 entryways. So is that also being addressed on their end?
Administration.
President Zomboard, Director Jackson, I can only comment this way is that working with the Milwaukee Water Works, that is something that is going to be part of the efforts to meet the 2027 goals of the 5 parts per billion. So we can do our part on our end, but they have to do it on their end as well. So their schedule, I don't know anything about, but they have to do that kind of work as well in order for us to meet the EPA requirements.
Any follow-up?
No.
Okay, Other Director O'Halloran?
Thank you. For the ones that have previously been done, the Milwaukee Health Department, had produced some reports that, families, staff, community could access, showing kind of after the fact what the work, what the problems were, what the work was done. Is that, given that there's possibly third parties who will be clearing some of the schools, do we anticipate having that same level of reporting available? And would it be on MPS's website or MHD's?
Administration?
Yes, President Zambor, Director Haller, members of the board. Our intention is, because it is going to be a third party and no longer necessarily with the Milwaukee Health Department, that we would be providing that kind of information once we get it. And so I would imagine it would be on our web and somewhat be in the same format. That's what we've been looking at.
Any follow-up?
I do have a follow-up, not related to that specific issue, but more around, I appreciate that there was news. I saw the news about the testing clinics I received as a parent in the, Friday update communications and everything. So I know it's not for lack of trying, but to see 48 students tested. I'm happy that we didn't have to do further testing. So perhaps, we can rely on that for confidence, but I know that the Milwaukee Health Department is also stretched, but are there ways that we can work on this throughout the year, not specific just to this, but just in general, try to bring clinics to especially for the K-5s and lower, because that's really that, most concerning age group. But just any thoughts on how we can expand that testing so that if it's happening in our schools or if it's happening in people's homes, more students are getting tested for this?
Administration?
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, members of the board. We are actively working with the Children's Hospital of Wisconsin, COLE, which is the Coalition for Lead Emergency, the Milwaukee Health Department. We are looking for ways that we have better outreach to parents to do this. Again, the difference between South Division's participation and North, I think, kind of came into, we were able to connect with parents more in one area than not. So we have to figure out how to do that, and we are actively trying to do that. In the summer, it's a little more difficult because you don't have a population that's right there. So we anticipate when we're going to do another one this month, and then when the schools do begin, I should say, we will probably look at various schools that may be good candidates where we can host these kind of clinics.
Any follow-up?
The one follow-up I would say, for South Division, you did note that there were more at South than there were at North. Do we gather like zip code representation? So, a family from Bayview could go to South or North. Are we just going to make an assumption that more people showed up to South because you had greater communication? Could it also be attributed, my other question, they were at two different times, right? So one was like during the day and one was in the evening, I believe. So I don't want to draw conclusions that we think are correct. Was there any analysis around that to better improve for this month's clinic, for instance?
Administration?
President Zambor, Director O'Halloran, I don't know if I have the data that you're asking immediately for that. But I would tell you the two different times, that was kind of a test for us to see whether one was better for parents and everything than the other one. And so we kind of got our results from one that seems to be better than the other one.
Director Fonz?
Yes, I think we've been hearing consistently that meet and confer doesn't seem to be functioning as it once did with the new superintendent. Is that your understanding of what's happening? Is meet and confer part of the process of negotiations? Because since Act 10, because of our limitations, or people's limitations and discussions with administration. I mean, is this process something that we are actively involved with MTA?
Administration?
President Zambor, Director Fons, meet and confer is something that is of value to me, and we need to make sure that we get back on track. To be honest, I think that there was a strained relationship with the restructuring that made it difficult, just to be fully transparent. And I think that we are getting back on track for the appropriate meet and confers to happen.
Any follow-up?
Yes, can you make it a point to address these questions that have been given to all of us?
President Zambor, Director Fons, whenever the MTA gives me questions, I give to staff to directly respond to them. So we will absolutely get the responses to the staff as we have them available.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Simpson?
Make sure it's on this time. So with some of the things like cleaning the auditorium prior to use, replacing filters, just some of that ongoing monitoring, how are schools getting that support or help to make sure that that's happening?
Administration?
President Zambor, Director Seaman, members of the board. Gratefully, the board has granted us some additional staffing. Okay, so we actually have the recruitment going on for that additional staffing. So we're very hopeful that we will be able to have a full complement of engineers and building service helpers for the start of school, because that's important. That's how we're going to be able to meet what you're saying, to do the cleaning. So we're very pleased that occurred. The cleaning is part of our standard operating procedures. They know that this has to be done. And so our whole staff is attuned to doing this.
Any follow-up?
I just have a question. I know it came up a little bit earlier in terms of teachers getting back into buildings and having time to unpack boxes. I mean, it's one thing to have somebody, I always say, like, the start of the school, it's like moving your house, you know, especially for elementary schools. So it's one thing to have someone move things into your room. It's another thing to unpack them and put them on your shelves and make them all cute for the children who are coming. So I'm just wondering if there's, I shouldn't have said cute, to make them functional and accessible. And yes, there is an element of cuteness if you're in elementary, but, you know, just to give them the time and compensation that they deserve for doing that extra work. Just wondering if that's been part of conversations.
Administration, and Director Simpson always had the cutest classroom, so.
President Zambor, Director Siemens, member of the board. I would say this, that I try to present that we are going to be very tight, okay, particularly in the FACE schools, and I'm not going to try to sugarcoat that. That's going to be very tight. We try to upload everything so that hopefully by, you know, the middle of August, the vast majority of these schools will be able to be gone in. They pass the Milwaukee Health Department and everything like that. So I think if things go according to plan, the one schools that we would be worried about would be those in Phase C. But those schools, the classrooms are in the other annexes and are in the addition, so they hopefully might be able to get into those as well. I just don't want to say everything's going to be perfect, because, like I said, everything kind of changes every day. But that is our goal. That's kind of our plan. We are also going to be looking, and we've gotten some really good response from volunteers to help us do the moving whenever we have the clearances, so we can deploy additional volunteers to help teachers and do things like that. So I think that might be helpful as well.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
I guess just, you know, to consider, you know, giving teachers, you know, some like 4 extra hours of paid time or something to just compensate the amount of work it's going to take to, you know, go back into a classroom that's been packed up in a way that probably hasn't had to happen before unless you've moved, you know, from room to room or school to school. So I don't know if there's anything we can do to give them a little time or compensation. I know it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Administration?
President Zomber, Director Simpson, I know that Mr. Galvan had addressed this issue a bit earlier. We are going to be monitoring it and seeing which schools still need more time. Teachers do have some additional time for PD and back to school and that sort of thing. It may be that we have to work with the principals as well on that and what's available. So we'll get back and report on where we're at when we get a little bit closer to kind of knowing more concretely once we get closer to the dates.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other comments or questions? Director Reza? Oh, I'm sorry, and then Director Ferguson.
Yes, in regards to the questions that the MTA established, and I know your staff will be answering, can we get a copy of the answers for that? That's the only.
Great, thank you. Director Ferguson.
This will be quick in the interest of time. I just want to thank Mr. Terza for his leadership during a very, very trying time for the district. Every time you present, you give me even more ease, and I think you do that for all of us on the board. So I know that it's been a long journey, but we can finally see some light at the end of the tunnel. So maybe I'll be by myself, but I just wanted to give you a round of applause for helping us out.
Administration.
President Zomor, Director Ferguson, thank you, but I can't leave without saying my staff has actually been the one to do all of this. Michelle Lenski, who is here, Mark Bethel, Tyrone Kendrick, they probably deserve the applause more than I do.
Thank you.
President Zambor, Director Ferguson, and members of the board, when I landed here March 15th, this was outside of SROs now going into schools, and then the lead piece. If Mr. Terza hadn't come, I honestly don't know where we would be. We had to really shift quickly with leadership. We had to build a new leadership. We had to identify within the department talent, and we've still had difficulty filling the director of facilities role. So he's not only managing this, he's also managing IT. He's also managing food nutrition services, and also, I'm losing my mind now, transportation, which he used to lead in the district. So I just am so grateful for Mr. Terza and the whole staff and our service workers as well for, stepping out of retirement to come and do this. And I met Mr. Terza when I was in Boston. He came out to help me with transportation. And when I was interviewing for the position here, I said, "What do you think?" And he goes, "I'd have to think about it," and talk to his wife. And I met his wife, and then she said, "You better help her out." So really, really, I just really can't thank you enough, Mr. Terza, for your dedication to our children, to our families, and making sure that they have a safe environment in which to go to school this fall.
Thank you. I do have a quick question around, so the lead resolution, we did talk about the school audit process starting with the fiscal year 2026 and just making sure that all completed or all required lead safety surveillance and inspection activities for not just the schools we're talking about, just all the schools in the district, that will get rolled into each school's audit plan. And I just wanted to check and ask if are we making any changes to the surveillance and inspection activities with everything going on? And you can also circle back if there's changes that need to be made, but just want to flag that the beginning of the fiscal year is here.
President Zomor, members of the board, we are working with audit to begin to do that. We have had some communications on it. We haven't been finished yet, but I hope to have that done as we're going through this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. What is the pleasure, or is this informational? This is informational, so no action is required. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Terza. With that, Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam President, item 12 is reports of the board's delegates.
Do any of the delegates have a report they would like to present? No? Okay. Oh, Director O'Halloran?
So I don't think in the past we've had a formal, attachment for foundation delegate, but moving forward, I'll put together some notes so that we can share some of the good work that's being done, including all of these amazing green school, green playground updates, and, other such activities, and how well the golf outing went, and thank you to the staff. And next year, everybody better get on their little khakis and go out and golf, or volunteer. Like, I'm going to volunteer because nobody wants to see me golf. But moving forward,
I would love to
here's
see
my
a
commitment.
report. I don't know that I'd want to wear khakis and golf, but.
Okay, you can register, folks.
Okay, I'll register, folks. Director Fons?
My report will be about the Wisconsin Association of School Board meeting and symposium that I attended in Stevens Point in early July, and then the other was 3 months ago in Sun Prairie. So I'm learning about WASB, this Association of School Boards across the state, and I'm personally learning a lot from it. The people in the state want to see us succeed. There's polling, and I can share it with the public and with the committee, that shows, as goes Milwaukee Public Schools, as goes political support for public schools around the state. Now, everybody seems to have an opinion about Milwaukee Public Schools wherever you go, and, it's not the, it's really listening to a lot of people who don't understand our specific issues, but the people at WASB, Wisconsin Association of School Boards, really want to help us out, and that has been my impression, and the one thing that I've taken away is their expertise, and there is real expertise there that I believe that we've talked about that we're going to tap into. So I'm learning a lot from people across the state, and I really think that in the future we're going to hear from people from WASB.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much for working to bring some of that back and following up on those items. Yep. Any other delegates? Director Jackson?
Absolutely. So I've been attending my meetings with Milwaukee Public Library, but I haven't officially been sworn in as of yet. So, and that is the holdup of my report, because I'm not an official voting member on the board yet.
Hopefully we can get you sworn in.
Yeah.
Any other delegates like to present a report? Okay. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Item 13 is the report of the President of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors.
Okay, just for the sake of time, because I know we also have some executive sessions, my report is attached. I'm available to answer any questions if you have any. Madam Secretary, next item, please.
Madam President, we have one item of unfinished business, annual review of and possible action on board compensation. The recommendation is that the board determine how it wishes to proceed.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the board with respect to this item? Director O'Halloran.
Thank you. I move that we approve CPI. So the budget was prepared and passed with certain assumptions, and the assumptions were a CPI adjustment and an administrative bump. And if I'm doing my math correctly, given that we didn't do any cost of living adjustments over the years, we're still roughly $10,000 under what we would have had we been keeping pace with inflation. So I move approval consistent with the CPI adjustment and the administrative bump.
Okay, do we have a second? Director Reza seconds? Okay. Director Fons?
Yeah, given the dire situation coming from the state and what seems to be a deficit coming up in this next budget, as I'm hearing, I don't think at this time that the board should vote for a increase for our salaries.
Any other comments or questions? No? We have a motion on the floor. Okay. If there's no, so the motion, Madam Secretary, can you reread the motion, please?
The motion would be to approve the CPI adjustment of 2.95% and the administrative bump of $2,000.
If there's no further discussion, will the Secretary please call the roll?
On Director O'Halloran's motion to approve the CPI adjustment of 2.95% and the administrative bump of $2,000, Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fons?
No.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Reza? Director Seamson?
No.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That is 6 ayes, the motion passes.
Madam Secretary, next item, please.
The next item is action on a request to retire to closed session to consider performance goals relative to the employment of the superintendent of schools. The recommendation is that this item be considered in closed session.
Madam Secretary, we had one other item recommended for closed session that was deferred. Would you remind us of that item? Oh, I'm sorry, Director Fons, do you have a informational question?
Yes, and I probably should have mentioned this early on, but I wasn't prepared. We, in the Milwaukee community, and particularly the MPS community, lost an unbelievable member this week. Jennifer Terry was a teacher at Riverside, at North, and extremely involved and impactful member of our community. And she died way too young and really impacted people throughout our community like no other teacher that I knew. And I should have mentioned that before when we recognized the other people, but I wasn't prepared. I suggest people just look at her obituary, just look at her commitment to Milwaukee Public Schools and what an impact she had on many people in the district throughout our community. So I had to say something. She will really, really be missed within MPS and within Milwaukee.
Thank you for sharing. And maybe there's a way that we can I don't know the best way to do it, but if there's names that need to get added on the list, if people want to submit them before the meeting so we can make sure that we're commemorating everyone. And if not, we can always do it at another meeting the next month if someone has a name, because we want to make sure to get all of those in the record. Okay, and so Madam Secretary, we had one other item recommended for closed session that was deferred. Would you remind us of that one item, please?
Madam President, that item was action on a request to retire to closed session relative to litigation in which the board is involved.
Thank Thank you. At this time, the chair will accept a motion to retire to closed session on performance goals of the superintendent pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent C, and on the litigation matter pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent G. Does any member so move? On Director Ferguson's motion, do we have a second? Director Reza seconds. If there's no further discussion, the secretary will please call the roll.
On Director Ferguson's motion to retire to closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent C, and on the litigation matter pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, parent 1, parent G. Director Ferguson?
Aye.
Director Fonz?
Aye.
Director Herndon?
Aye.
Director Jackson?
Aye.
Director O'Halloran?
Aye.
Director Reza? Director Simpson?
Aye.
And President Zomber.
Aye.
That's 8 ayes, the motion passes.
The board will now retire to closed session to discuss the items read by our secretary. The board may return to open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session. Otherwise, the board will adjourn from closed session. Madam Secretary, please note the time.